Gather around, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel dull and chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world was fought the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seek.
Hello, everybody. Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk and another Saturday night at the Atheists. And class is in session. We are going to have apologetics lessons. Is everybody ready? You got your pencils and your paper and everything ready?
Yeah, indeed. I'm just going to start the apologetics lessons by saying sorry.
I'm sorry. And hello, see Al in the chat, Chris, Demon Orb, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, hey.
It should be, Mike says he's having a bite to eat, and he said he'll be along. So in the meantime, we'll get the intro started to this. Last week we covered Pastor Steve, and Pastor Steve kind of put it out there that we should check out the other side. And I've got his video here.
We're not going to do Pastor Steve. We're going to do Pastor Eve.
Yeah, we're gonna skip, but we're gonna show what he says here just to take it to heart. So we'll roll this here real quick, and then
no audio.
That's quite quiet without audio.
Yeah, it kind of makes more sense.
He says less shit this way.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I agree with everything you said.
If you're silent, you agree, right?
wait a minute.
That counts for most things, but most certainly not sex. Let's keep that
Okay,
clear.
well, it's not gonna work out of there, right?
Depends
So
where
I
you're
gotta-
doing it, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look it up. Hold on, I got it there.
No
I
worries.
forget when I play it, I don't have it set to play my my media player, but I have it here. So
Yeah, you can only stream audio from a full screen or a tab from the same browser as that you got
Yeah.
StreamYard in. That's slightly shit.
People believe in evolution, probably because a teacher or a textbook said it happened. But most people who write the
Can you hear it
textbooks,
now?
and most of the
Yeah.
teachers, and virtually all the readers, have never interacted with the opposing arguments. They're
Really?
learning and
Never?
teaching in an echo chamber. Here's what they need to do. Suspend judgment and read the best intelligent design people giving their arguments a fair shake. Actually, you don't even deserve to hold a position until you've studied the best arguments from both sides and until you can present them fairly and indicate why you disagree with them. Having done that, haven't examined the best arguments for intelligent design, haven't given them a fair hearing, echo chamber. Be rigorous, read intelligent design, but a warning, it will lead you to God.
Well, that's
All
just
right.
begging the question right there.
You've been warned. All right.
Okay. Well, lead me to God, and I can put a bullet between his eyes, and we're done with this shit. Oh, what?
Easy.
I think that that's, in seriousness, I mean, what he's saying there is not untrue, of course. We shouldn't straw man the opposition.
Nope.
And I'm saying this to paraphrase what's going to happen because I haven't seen any of the videos, Dave. You know that, but I can guarantee you, by the time we're 5 minutes into this guy speaking, he will have straw manned the atheist position or the evolutionist position quite a number of times. Okay, but he's right. Don't straw man the opposition. Read what they've got to say. Understand the best of what they've got to say, and then you can at least criticize them fairly.
Let me ask
go
this,
ahead,
though.
Joe. Go ahead.
Of his arguments, or of the best arguments, what evidence has been presented?
Well, we'll see.
It's
Um,
$1 million question right there.
Yeah.
now,
If only there was an intelligent answer.
Yeah,
there is.
For Saturdays here, I try to find the smaller channels, right? So now the recommendation is to go to the best minds or whatever. And okay, yeah, we can do that, but in my
Only the best
opinion, the arguments are the same no matter what level apologist you hear them from. And I just happened to come across this video that's from a small channel, and it's at a high school level. So this shouldn't be above anybody's, because a lot of times, a lot of us talk about it's great to have the great minds out there, but sometimes they talk a little bit above everybody's level, right? And you don't know all the big words and everything, and there's not faulting anybody. I don't know a lot of them either, So this is a high school level. This is who he's directing this to. So
I think any good teacher can explain something at a high school level.
right.
If you can't explain something at a high school level, you're not a good teacher.
Don't be scared off though.
Very true.
This is
There's
supposed to be
Einstein quote about that as well. But
just to
say
be
this,
understandable.
if they concentrate, I mean, one of the things he's saying there, as I understand it, is that he's going to put forward the case for intelligent design. So there should be no references to evolution whatsoever. There should be no references to any position held by a godless person.
No. This one. This one is about creation and evolution because he's going to point out it's the most often thing that's brought up.
Okay, well, I'm just saying,
if
if he's trying to put the best argument for creation, then it shouldn't be referencing evolution.
Oh, he's got two whiteboards. He's got two whiteboards up here. So,
well, then he's right.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'll tell you, he must be good because my teacher only had one whiteboard.
See?
Well,
this is
that's why
twice. This is going to be twice as good of her.
There we go.
Yeah.
But so I thought, it just kind of worked out, that Pastor Steve there had said, "Hey, go listen to the other side," and fair enough. We should. If you don't listen to the other side, like my sons used to point out to me, why are you yelling back at the TV, Dad, when you're watching the Bigfoot show, the UFO show, whatever I'm watching? And okay, well, here's our chance to say something back, right? Because if you don't know the other side, then argument from ignorance, right? So it is a fair point that don't straw man something. Go listen to what they actually say and make an argument against that.
Let me comment on the hubris of what he said, though, because the assumption that most atheists who talk about these things haven't looked at these arguments is kind of, shitty to begin with, because I feel like even if they haven't gone in depth in them, atheists are familiar with these arguments. He's not going to say anything we haven't heard 100 times.
We shouldn't take anything for granted, though.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But we'll see.
Also,
And I
just
think
to say this,
especially-
just to say this, that a lot of atheists, of course, I don't know, I'm going to straw man the position for parody's sake here, but obviously we worship the four horsemen, obviously, right? That's our gods, right? Our prophets, and one of our prophets, Christopher Hitchens, did debate David Belinsky, who's a well-known advocate for being one of the smarter intelligent design advocates. And I'm just saying, so I think most atheists know that debate and what happened in that debate and how butthurt Belinsky got, right, with Hitchens.
I think he was quoted last week by Pastor Steve. That's some of the people he quoted. Yeah.
Oh, Belinsky. Okay. Yeah.
Berlinski.
Yeah. But also saying
Robin.
that.
Hi, Robin.
Hey, Robin. Also saying that atheists haven't looked into it. Maybe not all atheists, but the atheists that are interacting with them, most have. Because they at least heard seen some of those videos and shit.
Deconverted Man. How you doing, Deconverted Man? Good to see you.
Yeah, it is. Those good comments right there. I'm betting Watchmaker argument for 2,000. That's great.
Deconverted Man and I have done a video before, and we covered looking at the trees and everything else pretty thoroughly in that video. And go check out Deconverted Man. Great channel over there. Subscribe. Watch his stuff. You never know when it'll be on. It's a great thing about Deconverted Man. Middle of the night, middle of the day, middle of the morning. You never know. Deconverted Man just might be on. So, good stuff.
The schedule without the schedule. Sounds good.
See, we covered it. Yeah. Look at the dimes. It takes... Either using dimes for probabilities, right? It would take all these dimes stacked to the moon and it's like, and as Mike and I have discussed before, every time they talk about these probabilities, they're always different because they just make them up. They just throw 10 to the power of a bunch of zeros and they go, look at this big number. And it's like, where'd you get that from?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And they if they're honest, they have to say, my ass.
Yeah.
Because they just pull it out of their ass.
Yeah.
Those numbers seem to be nothing more, yes. All right, well, we're going to dive into it. And like I say, he's going to introduce himself. So, like I say, he's very sure of himself, and he's got a degree and everything. So we're going to give him a fair shot, all right?
Ooh,
Yeah.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
We like Pastor Steve. This is Pastor Steve again, is it?
No. This
Oh,
is
no? He's got a different name.
I don't know if he says what his name is or not.
Reverend Ralph. I'm just guessing now.
Yeah, no, this is he's in Mike's neck of the woods. So that's what caught my eye. I said, how far is this from you? And they said it's like 177 miles. Don't ask me to convert that into kilometers. Sorry.
Halfway across the country, in other words, yeah.
But it's in his neck of the woods. He could drive over to this church here. So
that's like all the way. It's at least in a different country.
Well, the idea being is this isn't. We aren't deep south Bible Belt. You know what I'm saying? We're
Pastor Larson.
We're way north. We're is about very few places are more north than this area. So
Oh, the Arctic Circle. Okay.
Yeah, we're way north of you Kentucky people and everything. So
Up in what is it, Utah up there? Is it beautiful part
There
of
he is.
America? That
There he is.
beautiful
Yeah,
part
Mike.
of America. That Dave.
yeah,
What's
this
up, Mike?
this guy's
All
up
right.
here in Mike's part of the country.
Yeah, and it really always surprises me when somebody this blinkered ends up coming from the same state as me.
Well, then you.
Pastor Larson, something like that. Okay.
I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, and no one talked about young earth creationism. And when I talked to a Presbyterian minister when I was 8 years old, asked him about the dinosaurs, he said, well, the biblical story is just a metaphor, and one day could be millions of years or 100 million. And I'm like, okay, and that was a common belief. This young earth creationist bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't exist. It was not mainstream until recently.
It's
Yeah,
been
like
here
that.
in Kentucky
That's-
forever. So
Yeah, but
That's
was it
also
really
how it
though,
was to me.
even like 40, 50 years ago, like in 1950, 60?
oh well,
I
I
don't-
wasn't alive then, but
Yeah, well, you see, you can't.
at
were
least
you
going
there?
back to the
Were you
80s, they were
there, Joe?
teaching it.
Were you there, Joe?
I never heard it either. I assumed that, I went to public schools and like I say, I went to church on Sundays up until, about
Really?
high school or whatever. But, everybody went to church, but we also took the same science and history classes in school together, right? And I just assumed
Yeah.
everybody accepted it as much as me, but apparently
They taught us young earth stuff in school,
Not
even
everybody.
elementary school.
Even
No,
the really religious.
I heard, Speed, that you knew Adam. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. But
No, but I think over here, I've not heard about it over here at all.
yeah, it wasn't
That's-
common. Like even the religious kids never talked about, evolution is false. It wasn't like that. This shit.
I went to Christian schools most of my life.
I blame cable TV because that's when I first saw a Ken Ham video, and I was blown away. I was like, "This has to be like a comedy or something, right?"
The
And
only time
nope.
the only time that evolution was mentioned in public school for me was when they said in high school we're skipping the chapter on evolution.
No shit. Oh, yeah.
Other than that, it was never anything that was talked about or brought up at
So
all.
much for that. Get out of here with those books.
We heard
Please.
about it because in the Church of England was quite into taking the mickey out of other sects of Christianity, and so obviously that guy James Usher, who was the guy that first came
Bishop
up with
Usher.
Bishop
Yeah.
Usher. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why we found about it in the 1850s or something like that. He did
You know what
some.
caused this bullshit? This bullshit came about because of TV, Billy Graham and TV.
Yeah.
Basically,
Mhm.
pictures got on TV, and this whole fundamentalist bullshit just developed with the media.
Holy shit.
And like,
Holy
so
shit.
it's obviously,
No,
safe.
I mean, I don't think so. I think it was made a mainstream thing across the country, but I mean, it was commonly taught that the Bible was literally true. That was the thing. Like, no matter what, they
Really?
didn't really address the claims of evolution and stuff. They just said what the Bible said is true. There was no argument because nobody had pushed back against it at that time. But
And the other thing I noticed about the 50s and the 60s is that they hardly ever talked about Jesus. It was always God. And
well,
and
they
now
were
it's
still
Jesus. Huh? They were what?
the Overton window of religion has changed significantly over time, right? So they were still moving deeper into John and the more magical aspects of Christianity.
All right.
Yeah. Also, there was a
As it was
sense.
thought.
I got a sense as well that you know, in the anti-communist days, people were trying to outdo each other to show how American they were. And one way they could do that is by becoming more fundamentalist, as opposed to the communists,
America.
who were, you know, more atheist. You know.
There was always something on, like, early in the morning. They would have, like, you know, some of the channels would have church services for, you know, people that couldn't get out and everything. But that was it. You know, other than that, yeah, it was with cable is when it really, you started having, you know, channels exclusively with that running 24/7, and yeah, it took off a lot with cable, and obviously now with streaming and internet and everything, it's everywhere. So
We were taught that atheists were Satan worshippers.
aren't we?
I mean, maybe.
We got 51 minutes, Dave. How much have we made it through so far?
Well, yeah, but I never was taught about that there was anything about not believing, and
Right.
and that a lot of stories in the Bible were metaphors, like the flood. Like, yeah, you can't explain that, so like, yeah, everybody was like, yeah, no, that's just a metaphor, like, you know. But
we're gonna see here.
But I did just find out that those fuckers are here as well. I found this paper, and it says, like, the Netherlands, besides the United States, is one of the few countries where debate is about this. Like, what the fuck? Oh, shit, we're just as dumb as Americans.
All right, well, yeah, so this whole unit is going to be focused on the science of creation and evolution. You have been taught, either in school or from the culture, or
so many students,
that the theory of evolution is true, that it has been proven, and that it is rock solid science. And I'm here to tell you that it is not. I'm not telling you that as a pastor. I'm telling you that as a science enthusiast. My scientific background, I have a bachelor's degree. That's a 4-year college degree in material science and engineering. Beyond that, I've always been a science nerd, and I know how to read scientific journal articles that are written by PhDs. So really, apart from working in a laboratory, I can handle the jargon. I've read plenty of things by people who are, you know, experts in their field. So I'm quite well read and very well studied too, for, you know, compared to most pastors anyway.
So here we go. Yeah, he knows it, right? He said so.
He's the smartest boy. The smartest boy there is. That's basically what he just said.
And he can read the stuff and everything else. So hold on, let me
Hey, dog.
get the dog a link there.
We'll have to share a stream with him again.
Yeah. I don't think he's working in a laboratory. His mic seems to be in the laboratory. But I don't think he's working in there.
But no,
you can hear how empty that room is. You can hear it.
Well, nobody likes to sit in the front row. You know how this high school,
yeah, right?
Especially something like this. Good grief, you know.
Yeah,
they're probably all going, "Oh my God, what's he talking about? Oh my God, he's going to talk about evolution." Oh.
But two whiteboards, so he's ready to go. He's got it.
That's really white.
If you told me how small the whiteboards were when you said 2, I wouldn't have been nearly as impressed as I was. I've just got to get that out there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I did. This is actually, I blew it up. This is actually zoomed in as much as I could with it. You notice his podium's a little slight, you know. So this is as large as I could do it. The camera shot they were using was kind of far away, so that's but he kind of talks through what he's writing. So
this is in a church.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that for sure. But
he's a pastor, and this is a
the folding chairs, the podium.
They have lessons on different apologetics type things and everything. So yeah, and in not sure if it's at the end of this or not. He's got a shirt with a little white collar on it. So
Oh,
so you're thinking he might be a Catholic? Is that what you're saying?
well, he has a divinity degree, and he has a mechanical, environmental science, engineering degree, some kind of engineering degree.
Okay, he's an engineer. Enough said. Okay.
Yep.
He's dressed like a barcode.
Enough said.
This is
Grant.
How you doing,
St.
Doug?
Paul's Lutheran Church,
Good,
guys.
thank you, Dave.
Yeah. It's a Lutheran. So
he's going to tell us about his
Lutheran.
Yeah.
Okay, Lutheran.
Yeah.
Okay.
A divinity degree to be a pastor, but my bachelor, my undergrad, is in material science and engineering. So I get this stuff on a pretty in-depth level. I'm going to try to bring it down to like an 8th grade level.
Okay. Can I just stop you there? Right. Material science, right?
Yeah.
And engineering, neither of which covers anything to do with biology.
No.
Okay. So yeah.
I'm with Simon's here. This guy gets nothing about science.
par for the course so far.
He's got a big hill to climb already with Dog
What?
here.
Why are so many creationists
And Mike,
engineers
too.
that talk outside their field?
It is a thing, isn't it? There's a lot of them that are engineers. Yeah.
Well, biological things are made of materials. Right.
That is true. That is true.
So
I will grant you that they are materials.
probably not the materials he has been studying.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
like
Not, because
maybe.
he's a religious person, so he thinks that they're basically
Man,
they're not material. They're immaterial, right?
I want some gopher wood. That's some tough wood.
Oh,
Man.
yes, please. Oh,
It's a atomic bomb proof, flood proof, everything proof. That's not that.
Yeah. Who knew
Somebody's gotta
gophers
find
were
some
made out
gopher
of
wood.
wood?
oh, I didn't. Oh, I thought gopher wood was something different. I thought it was the tiny little. Yeah, never mind.
Apologize in advance if some of it goes over your head. If I say something weird or you just don't get something, please ask me. Even if you don't know what you don't get and you're just like, I don't get it, tell me, and I'm happy to go back and try explaining something in a better way. But
We could be going over this.
Is where we start.
We could be going over this quite a lot. I feel we might be having to repeat the lesson a fair number of times here.
Page 57 here. As we try to understand the creation of the world, we first need to understand the existence of God. God reveals himself through his creation and through his word. Take a brief look at 3 of the arguments for the existence of God and think of examples that uphold each philosophy. We're going to
He's going to start out strong.
What?
He's going to give 3 evidences for God.
revisit the stuff on this page. But
Did he just call evolution a philosophy?
Probably.
Is that what he just implied? Like, I'm not. Did he do?
Yeah, that's it's a bad word. Whatever.
So he's going to give evidence for God. So he's the first one to give evidence for God.
He's
Wow.
going for the whiteboard. Do you see it? You see it?
Who's going for it? He's going for it.
He's going for the whiteboard. Here we go.
It's a brave choice.
we'll revisit the stuff on this page more in a different unit. We have a whole unit about the existence of God. But
A unit, a whole unit.
3 big ones that I want to go over. So we're going to call these proofs of.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's got a whole series of these. This is just one I grabbed because of his confidence in the beginning, describing his credentials and everything.
it reminds me of something that Hitchens said, which was somebody said, "Oh yeah, but have you refuted the 5 proofs of Saint Aquinas?" And I think Hitchens just said, "Yeah, why has he got 5 proofs? Surely just one is enough."
But isn't this the go-to of all stupid people, the flat earthers, these people? They just say, well, it's only a theory, because they don't know science. They don't know what a theory is scientifically. So
Yeah, I don't think he does
it's only
either.
a theory. Evolution, it's only a theory.
He may just say that. I'm not. I don't remember. I've watched so many videos. You don't always remember, but he He may have said that, yeah.
It's on my
He
bingo
definitely-
card. I know that.
He's definitely, like Mike said, you'd think more like Bible Belt, like, or, in Kentucky with Joe there, and you go, okay, but in the States here, you just get an assumption that the further north you get, that you just don't hear this stuff, but here we are.
Even
Right.
being
Everyone
close,
wanted to be able to just
even being close to Canada isn't enough
You
to
know?
protect
prove
you.
that.
Oh, well, Mike's friend is in Canada. What's
there's
his
a ton
name,
of
Mike?
creationists in
That we
Canada.
just watched the video earlier.
Oh my
Oh, I
goodness.
can't remember.
The one that
There-
calls us cockroaches.
There's a ton of fundamentalists in Canada.
He's
Okay,
in Canada.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah.
Pentecostal fundamentalists are in Canada big time.
Okay.
God exists. There are many ways to do it, and none of them is for the Bible tells me so. I want to emphasize that, okay? We believe the Bible. The Bible has all the answers, and it is good for a Christian to have absolute rock-solid faith in the Bible. But this class is meant to help you deal with questions from non-Christians, and the atheists of the world don't care what the Bible says. So if you tell them you believe it because the Bible tells you so, that is a great personal statement of faith that is not going to get you very far with those who don't also believe in the Bible.
Well, I'll give
Fair
you
enough.
some applause for that. That's well said. You just can't say my book says so, because we're going to say, well, a lot of religions have books that say so, right? So that's pretty good. I'm happy to hear him saying that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, he gets that right, but the problem with that is he doesn't say why, and he doesn't explain how that is a problem. He says the Bible has all the answers, and then turns around and admits that people are going to dismiss it because it doesn't actually have any answers.
Well, I mean,
Even,
I think
even Deacon
kudos.
Verderman's impressed. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to him for saying that it's a statement of. Kudos to him for saying that people who say that are just saying it's a statement of their faith.
Oh.
And I think that's big kudos right there. He obviously knows about circular reasoning.
He's been in an argument.
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
beaten down once or twice by someone going,
but then
but
again,
that's circular,
there's a lot of them that don't understand that.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Absolutely.
So
Wesley Curry.
this is not. So this is not the lowest hanging fruit.
No.
I'm quite impressed to hear him say it's a statement of faith, because at least he's then accepting that that's the out that most Christians will give if they don't know the answer.
Oh, just
Like,
wait.
as soon as you, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
He's going to accuse atheists of having faith too. Just wait. So
Oh, that's
don't-
fine.
Always.
I don't mind.
Always.
I don't
Don't get
mind
ex-
that. I don't mind that. That's fine.
Yeah. We'll take it one at a time. Just for now, though, we'll give him credit for stating that. That was well said right there. So
Yeah,
I
I don't.
think so.
we just
disagree.
started, though.
So we will not be
This
talking
guy,
about
you
the
can
Bible
obviously
very
see,
much. And
Has had his arse handed to him many times over his life. He has.
Yeah.
He's a wet wipe, basically.
I think he did. I think he says that he. This might be the one that likes to do Reddit, maybe, where it's anonymous. I think.
Oh, I bet he
that's,
does.
that's a tough platform. Yeah.
like a proper
as part of the class, except as an account of the history that we know is true. But we're going to focus on proving
science.
that it's true for an outside skeptic. And the first one listed in your book is cosmology. Who wants to read what's in the cosmology box there?
Some people have said
Go ahead, Andrew.
Cosmology. The study of the world's workings, everything has cause.
Everything has a cause. Very good. So
That's
What?
People!
Everything has what?
Holy shit!
Say everything has
a cause.
Yeah.
a cause.
Okay, so he's
Except-
he's
except
confusing
God,
two words
yeah.
here. He's using cosmological, as in
Yeah.
the arguments, and cosmology, as in the science. So straightforward,
That's
straightforward
not what
equivocation.
cosmology means.
Well,
Straightforward
to-
equivocation.
Well, I think Simos. I think the kids are reading out of their workbooks.
That is not what cosmology is, though, at all.
What?
Cosmology is not about contingency in any way.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's what I said.
Dave,
I think.
are you giving them credit that it's a workbook? I'm pretty sure it's a script.
This is high school. This is a high school type thing. So that's why he said. That's why he kind of said he was dumbing it down to 8th grade level because this is a high school level thing. So
yeah, but
I don't think
those voices were not high school.
Find me any source that says that's the definition of cosmology.
No, it's not.
Anything.
Cosmology is science, right? And he's confusing
Study
that,
of the cosmos is cosmology.
He's equivocating that with the word cosmological.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
but he asked for the definition, and they read it.
Which is
they have workbooks.
Philosophical.
Well, inanimate objects don't have a cause, do they?
They have religious.
If you go cosmological, you can say things like energy follows thought and things like that, but you still have to get off your ass and do that. So cause is like when you're out and about and someone says, "What are you doing?" I'm buying bread and milk. I'm doing that. That's my thing. Now fuck off. That sort of thing. That is that sort of that is the sort of I need milk, I need bread. And that's the energy following the thought that you need that. But you still have to get off your arse and do it. But not everything, as he has just said, has a cause. Rocks don't have a cause. But, rocks... That's a whole new fucking religious argument, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure rocks have a cause. So.
Yeah, to be a rock.
And dog, you don't have to get off your ass.
Yeah,
you don't have to get off your ass because
you're a rock and not to roll, right?
An order online. But, hey,
what is cosmology?
Energy still follows thought because I still have to pick up the phone or the pad or whatever, and I still have to order it. I still have to move to order it.
Yep.
That's cosmological. That's a cosmological statement, actually. But there you go.
That's so, for example, where did this marker come from?
Where does what come from?
Marker factory. Sure, I'll take it. Where the marker factory?
He said, where did the marker come from? It comes from a marker factory.
Nice. Where does the marker factory come from?
Okay, where do the materials that the construction workers built the factory come from? The ground. The ground. Where did the ground come from? The earth. The earth. Okay, where did the earth come from? Huh?
It just exists.
God. Okay, so sooner or later, and if you're a theist, that is somebody who believes there's a God. We are all theists. If you're a theist, then it all goes back to God. If you're an atheist,
argument from ignorance. Okay, argument from ignorance and God of the gaps. Thank you very much.
He's laying it out. He's laying it out that ultimately, they're going to say God.
Why did God?
Are we going to go into where the ground comes from to debunk that argument?
This is just a stupid ass contingency argument. It's just, it's not. This is horrible.
Yeah,
I didn't say it was going to be good. I just said it was an apologetics lesson.
No, I'm not hating on you, Dave. I'm
sorry if I raised your expectations.
I'm pretty sure Dave this guy's a fucking buffoon.
Hey, if this isn't good enough, like I say, he calls in a real scientist for a special guest, and I have that video too. So if this isn't good enough, we can move on. So
here's the only thing I'm saying. This guy represented himself as a science educator and a science communicator. He did that.
Yes, he did.
Then he defined cosmology as contingency, and now he's making the contingency argument part of the fine-tuning argument, which is the just has been beat to death over and over. Worse than his arguments about the Bible that he was using before. Like.
I don't think he can make up his mind what the argument is.
And Joe's already fired up.
Yeah.
I gotta be a little cruel, guys. I gotta be a little cruel here. Did you notice when he asked where did the marker come from, or where did the material come from? The answers he was getting, he's not exactly talking to an audience of rocket scientists here.
No.
Wow.
No.
He said they're all theists.
Answers. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're fourth graders. I could see that, but yeah, the ground.
Well, I
ground.
had to make sure you couldn't see any of them, and to me, they look like high school. So
This is Sunday school.
Oh, you could actually see them, really?
Youth group.
in the video, there's some heads that pop in here and there, and I had to make sure none of them were in there. So yeah.
Why?
Yeah, can I
just
also,
in case,
I know you guys are doubting him, but I just want you to pay attention here. Under his left arm, he has what looks to be a folder of, what looks to be pretty scientific stuff going in there. I can see some graphs.
There's a Venn diagram.
Venn diagram. Thank you.
Yeah,
Perfect, Joe.
diagram there.
That's what I was saying,
You nailed
Simos. They've got workbooks, and I think that's the workbook because
I've been trying to find those.
he'll reference it.
Yeah,
Who do you
that's
think
pretty-
wrote the workbook? I bet it was him. I bet he wrote the workbook.
Well, Mike was just. What were you saying, Mike? You were trying to find it.
I was trying to find these Lutheran workbooks, and I kept coming up with sites that were saying to knock it off criticizing evolution. Has nothing to do with the Lutheran faith or whatever. But I'm trying to find the workbook because I want to order one, man. I might even drive up there and have coffee with this guy and ask him for a workbook.
Nice.
Get with me, Mike, later. I know somebody that's got all kinds of the religious homeschooling books and all kinds of stuff that they'd be willing to share with you.
Yeah, but this is a specific Lutheran workbook, he said.
Well, no, not that one specifically, but he's got a bunch of them from different things, the AIG books and all that crap.
Oh, I've got all those. I've got about a 20-foot shelf of this bullshit book set. I hate to say it, but
yeah.
No, but
Mike's become a collector of
but
YEC.
none of the atheists, none of the atheists ever looked at like the opposite view.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we never heard this before.
No.
Yeah,
And a lot of us never were.
I'd be making sure there'd be no heads in there.
Where it all goes back to. Because we know the universe has a definite beginning. The universe is not
No,
some
we
kind
don't.
of cyclical.
Nope.
No,
we don't. Yeah, see, it's hard to go very far.
Yeah.
When you're trying to listen to the other side, when they make so many mistakes, and it's often a problem when debates are going on, when these things are going on, and the other person just doesn't want to let that go on and on and on, because
True.
Exactly. You're never going to get back to all that stuff.
Well, this is foundational too, because he's going to build off of this idea that the universe definitely has a beginning.
Yeah.
And we don't know that. So everything that he says after this is going to be based on that, and that's, but it always is.
Yeah, and likewise, this is the kalam he's getting to, really, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And he's right in saying that is a cosmological argument, but that has nothing to do with cosmology. And really,
he doesn't
very,
know
very
what
little.
cosmology
And
is.
even then, he gets the first premise wrong. So
yes.
Even under the best circumstances, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
You got a
needs another
workbook.
whiteboard.
Get the workbook right?
Everything that begins to exist has a cause. That's the first premise.
Joe and I were talking about that before. I mean, a lot of this is pure laziness now because a quick Google search, you know what I mean, to fact check yourself, before you actually, do a video or give a talk or a speech or anything. Otherwise, it's pretty easy to debunk with the internet in a simple search. And Joe and I have said, if you fact check any of their sources, they're never going to say what they say, including the Bible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, this is so bad because he says everything has a cause. Right? So that is a textbook bad argument or first premise.
Yeah.
Because you just say, well, what caused God then? Right, so
well-
God's not a thing. Okay, God's not a thing. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. We're done.
Well, or if God is an exception, the universe is an exception. So yeah,
So-
if there's an exception to the rule, then you're opening an exception to the rule.
Well, it's either that or it's special pleading. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I've argued this contingency thing with a number of people, and I'm not saying that I'm like any authority on it by any means, but the contingency argument has some validity, as in like it does seem that things are contingent on other things going backwards, but you don't to have that initial cause or that initial thing that all things are contingent on doesn't necessarily mean a beginning. If the quantum field is the thing that all things are contingent on, then that still doesn't mean that it had a beginning, just that
That's
things
correct.
are contingent on its existence.
Even Stephen
Yeah.
Hawkins, my fellow spaz, he never said the universe had a beginning, ever. He always said time had a beginning, or the timeline we're in now had a beginning. That's all he said. But these all say, oh, you know, it was all made for, you know, theists think, oh, the universe was made from nothing. No, we don't think. You believe it was made from nothing. You always say, you know, that God created the universe from nothing. That's
Yes.
you, lot. They just project.
Projection. Yeah.
They just project shit.
Yep.
You don't read any science books, obviously. A Brief History of Time is one of the best books ever written, I believe.
Excellent book.
Rip Stephen Hawkins.
Yep.
Most
The
definitely.
whole thing, at least that's never been observed.
Really,
If
Sam?
somebody wants to believe that, they have to take it on faith. And atheists hate being told that anything that they
What's
believe is
good?
on.
Hold
No,
on.
they don't.
It-
No, they
What's-
don't. I don't give a
what's
shit
never
if
been
someone says I
observed?
got faith.
We hate
So-
being told to take anything on faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not true.
Yeah,
Right? That's one of my bugbears. I don't give a monkey's
It's
about saying that.
dishonest.
Of course, I take my presuppositions on faith. That's because I can't justify them, right? That's why they're presuppositions.
So no one's ever observed the universe being created. Duh.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's a level we're dealing with here.
Yeah, but they
You-
conflate
you-
because
if-
sorry.
If we grant causation, right, and we say that okay, there was a first cause, then X caused Y. Y is the universe, right? So what is X? That's all that's all he's come up with so far is what is X?
Here's this thing drives me nuts though, because he's doing it, and every apologist that I've talked to does this. They conflate the multiple definitions of the word faith. Religious faith and faith, the colloquial definition, are two totally different things. They are not the same thing, but he's going to use them interchangeably because it works for him.
Yeah. I totally agree with that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why he's saying that atheists won't acknowledge it.
Right.
Which is why I have a bugbear about it, to be honest, Joe, because like I don't mind saying that I've got faith and then explaining why it's a different type of faith that people have when they say they believe in God.
Yeah, I often use a chair. I have faith that my chair is going to hold me up because of years of people sitting in chairs, designing chairs, engineering chairs. And nowadays you have safety standards on chairs that usually have a sticker on them somewhere, how much weight they'll hold and everything else, because they are even better engineered. So I have a lot of faith in all of that. But when you don't have any of that,
I have faith it's going to start tomorrow.
Yeah, when you don't offer any of that, you're offering what I call an empty evidence bag. You know, there's just nothing there.
Well, religious faith is pretending to know things you don't know, which is dishonest. The colloquial version of faith, though, is 100%. Believing in things based on either prior knowledge or evidence, or it's a reason. There's reasoning involved in that kind of faith. Religious faith, there's no reasoning involved. It's blind faith.
Well, so I look at it as where the justification lies. You know, like if the justification is before the fact or before the experience, right, then that's faith. right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm quite happy for theists to go along with that. But if it comes after the experience, then we justify virtually everything we
Yes.
do, right?
Well,
So that's all it is. It's just, have you experienced something? If your answer is no, do you have certain beliefs? Yes. Well, okay, then they come before you've experienced them. If that's the
I
case,
just
you got faith. I mean,
I just
the
came
honest truth.
across Ken Ham likes to say, "Oh, the most popular definition and everything," and he likes to use Strong's definition. And I went looking, and lo and behold, you know the definition that Ken Ham is using, the
It's
one
wrong.
way down on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's your basic grifter right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Misrepresenting sources as usual.
Faith. So, but you do. If there's no evidence for it, and you believe it, then you're taking it on faith. So yeah, you have to take it on faith if there is anything behind all of the causes. So, we got to the building materials, the earth, and God. But if you pick something else, like a blade of grass, the blade of grass came from a parent blade of grass, which came from a parent blade of grass, and that's going to go back, quite a few generations. But eventually, you're going to get to, where did the first blade of grass come from? And even if you're an atheist, okay, so it evolved from like something more primitive than grass. Then where did that come from?
Evolution.
Well, this is all kind of good, right?
Yeah,
Okay, where'd this
evolution.
come from? Okay, there's a simpler grass. Okay, that's kind of the idea, right? To find these answers.
From a puddle of amino acids that happen to turn into cells and
you're going to get back to some algae, probably something like that.
Yeah.
They'll take it all the way back billions of years to the abiogenesis. That is the beginning of life that did not come from life.
That's wrong.
Hey, Amber.
At least he differentiated abiogenesis and evolution there. Most of them don't.
Very true. And also, like, he's a material scientist, right? So he must believe that those materials, right, that created life, right, they came from somewhere. So all we're doing is going back to the same, beginning of the universe question. So all of that he just spoke about, he's already spoken about in premise 1.
Yeah.
So it's irrelevant.
The world is only 6,000 years old.
Irrelevant.
Where did all that come
Irrelevant.
And you can take abiogenesis either way, right? You have all the elements here, and whether it was a chemical reaction or a spark of God, it's still the same thing, because the Bible even describes, right? We're made out of dirt, we're made out of the dust, and you can interpret that as the same raw materials that life uses. Anybody can Google the recipe for humans, all the elements that are in you, and how you put them together.
You believe that,
yeah. How you put them together really doesn't matter. It's still abiogenesis, right? Because there isn't an answer. So until you have an answer, I can leave that open.
Yeah,
but it doesn't change evolution.
It also really highlights, for my belief, the difference between trying to explain how a mechanism works and just asserting that a mechanism is there. Right? That's the God thing, right? So they just assert that there is a mechanism, but we don't know what it is, and they were just going to put a label on it, and then as opposed to what I would consider the naturalist view, which is to try and find out how the mechanism worked in order to achieve life from non-life.
That's a great point. That's a great point, because when we're talking about like abiogenesis, the reason that we have that as a possible mechanism is because we're trying to describe how these things work. When you then just suggest a God did it, you're no longer looking for the mechanism. You've came to a stopping point.
You convince yourself as that's it.
Yeah.
Came just because like some atoms randomly mixed together.
Yeah. So abiogenesis is worth writing down here.
It is worth writing down.
Let's see here. Bio and Genesis. So A means not, bio means life, and Genesis means beginning. So usually when
Did he just write not life beginning?
He did.
Yeah.
No, life beginning.
No. He wrote abiogenesis and then just spouted out bullshit.
He said a not.
Yeah, no, you're right. I hadn't
Yeah.
worked that out. And when you pull the word apart, of course, what its
Yeah.
meaning is, I guess abio, right? Non-life beginning. It's a non-life beginning.
Right. It's life arising from non-life.
Right.
That's quite interesting, though. Yeah.
But he doesn't believe in this first off, so
Yeah.
he's just projecting his own BS.
So it's not
this is
it's none. It's a non.
an Olympic level
Or without.
bullshit merchant.
Yes. Yeah, why not just
Life.
use the definition instead of trying to break down the etymology of the whole word? Like,
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Yeah.
begins, I said usually, in every single observed instance in the history of history, when life begins, it comes from another living thing, right?
Pause,
Where'd the blade of grass
pause.
come from?
Yeah.
How many times has he seen life begin? How many times has people observed life beginning? The beginning of life, not a baby born. The beginning of life. No one's ever observed that anywhere. That's why we have this hypothesis.
Who has observed God creating life?
Exactly.
I mean, it's so X created the first cell. What is X, basically? Or so X created the first cell using method A, right?
Right, because the mechanism is
what is X and what is A? What is the method? So I mean, you could grant him that God created the first cell, basically, and God used the method of, I don't know, zapping it into existence or drawing together a bunch of minerals and designing a cell. Like God could have taken like an hour and a half to do it, right? With little tiny tweezers, right? So anyway, that's
Are they
right?
zircon encrusted? That's what I need to know.
He's
Don't
a
forget,
self-proclaimed.
like 4 or 5 billion years of this planet, 99.9% of the species have been lost forever. Did God kill them or whatever? I don't know. But they don't exist anymore. They never will exist anymore because evolution is taking a different path, obviously.
Go ahead and finish your thought there, Mike.
Oh God, I lost it.
You were at putting it together with tweezers.
The holy tweezers.
Okay, there's something that I thought about. There's something that I thought about with the 6-day creation story, right? Where God created all the animals, right? So, okay, God created a herd of elephants. So how did God do that? And if you were standing there when God did that, what would happen? Would there be this like wall of air coming out at infinite velocity if he did it instantaneously? Because the elephants would obviously displace the atmosphere, right? So, I mean, like when you think about God created, okay, X created Y, and what was the method? I mean, those are the things to ask them.
I agree with Mike.
It's magic.
I agree with what Mike's saying because this guy's a self-proclaimed engineer, yet he glosses over the mechanisms for these things.
Right.
He's trying to break down words dishonestly rather than talk about mechanisms, which as an engineer would be very important to describing these things.
Right. And even if you created something, like if you created a single cell by magic, it would have to displace something that was already there, right?
Yeah, how did that happen still?
I mean, it's like, I think about these questions, like, how the fuck does that work?
Well, that's why he's dressed like a barcode. That's what will come up. If you scanned him with a barcode reader,
tons of I can't wear that shirt anymore.
Tons of mice, the holy tweezers.
Got the casual khakis on there. Yeah.
A seed which came from another blade of grass. Where'd you come from? Well, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, yada yada. So
that's what I say. They say, where did you come from? I say, well, when a mommy and daddy love each other very much.
We all say that. We all say that. When a mommy and daddy love each other very much. They go in the bedroom and they fuck hard. Where they come from.
You have to believe that at some point in history, life arose from non-life. And this has never been observed and has never been duplicated. So I'm going
Neither
to
is
start
God
with that.
creating it.
And that's bullshit right there, because life formed from non-life. It wouldn't have worked that way. That's only when God does it does something happen miraculously, instantaneously. So like what you probably would have seen is like some cloudy water at first, right? And then some scummy water. I mean, life wouldn't just pop into existence. So he's already poisoning the well with this kind of thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. And also saying it's never been observed. Well, obviously not, because we're live.
Here's the other thing.
There was no life around to observe it, obviously.
I believe it has, Simus.
Your mommy and daddy didn't go to.
I believe they created life from amino acids.
Well, I mean, life is not an easy thing
Well,
to define.
they created cells from amino acids. I don't know.
Well, protein maybe. Yeah.
We started with RNA.
I don't say like they zapped it with sparklers, and then all of a sudden, a guy walked out of there. I don't mean that sort of like.
Oh, okay.
I believe they sort of they created cells from amino acids and whatnot.
Mike,
go ahead.
Mike, what have they created, Mike, in the lab?
They've taken a cell and basically stripped it out and put another genome in it and got it and basically created that kind of life. But no, they haven't. Yeah. And they've also created cells. They've created cells that have encapsulated proteins. So the lipid bilayer forms just automatically. They've done a lot of that stuff, and and they've done a lot of intermediate steps, creating nucleic acids and amino acids.
Yes.
And so we've done all the little mechanisms, right? And like, okay, if X caused life, couldn't God have used those little amino acids and all those mechanisms with his tiny holy tweezers and created life that way too? Like God could have created the conditions that would have resulted in the first cell. So X created Y by method A.
Yeah. Well, amino acids and RNA will create a cell. We know that. We worked that out scientifically.
Well, here's the thing, though. Once that life begins, once RNA can replicate itself with mutation, evolution takes over at that point, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
it becomes a cell.
Yeah, and we know the proteins that come together to form RNA, and we can do that. So it's not. I mean, it's a sensible hypothesis to say that, this RNA that replicates itself with mutation then eventually becomes more complex as proteins are added, and it gains more function through natural selection. I mean, the problem with his argument, though, is he says, well, nobody's observed this happening at all, but he doesn't apply that to his own argument.
Yeah. Do you think this guy has ever read a fucking science manual in his life?
Yeah.
Oh, he has. He's a confirmed self-proclaimed knower of science.
Is that one of them religious PhDs?
He's no slouch. He said so.
Can I just remind you of the Venn diagrams?
Yeah.
Scientific. It is unscientific because science is the art of observing and replicating, duplicating. So abiogenesis is the unscientific belief that life.
Can you just replay that little bit back there?
You said replicating.
Hang on a minute. Can you just replace that little bit? Because I think he said abiogenesis is the unscientific proof.
That's what he
I'm
said.
going to start with that. The unscientific. It is unscientific because science is the art of observing.
Yep, he said it's unscientific.
Okay, because science is the art of observing.
Yeah,
we do observe it.
Yeah,
and that's why abiogenesis.
Yeah, but he says also replicate. So
well, what he's saying is that we didn't observe it billions of years ago. So because you didn't observe it then, I think is what he's.
Right,
His
but
eye-
it's
his
separate
thinking
things.
is-
with his claim, like the sun going around the Earth is not scientific because we didn't replicate it; we only observed it.
Right.
That's one of the things that's one of the things the flat earthers also say. Well, you didn't change any variables, so it's not scientific.
Yeah, but flat earthers are losing their
Of
argument.
course not.
That's why they've made up Tataria.
We haven't
Yeah.
even observed an
So-
electron. Nobody has ever observed an electron. But if he were to bend over and stick his finger in that plug down there, he'd find out that they do indeed exist.
Right. Dark energy,
well,
dark matter. We
al-
don't
also-
observe those things directly. We observe the effect that they have. Like you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways to observe things.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say. He's not really defining his terms here. So when he says observe, we would give him credit to think that also means in the broadest sense of the word. But he's probably actually thinking, like like I've heard some particular Christians say, well, were you there?
Exactly.
You've never
Yeah.
seen a donkey like fucking an ass or something. You know what I mean? Were you there?
Well, you haven't
He's
been to
trying his
Mexico.
best to poison the well.
You didn't see the empty tomb.
Well,
Were you
the
there?
observation is always misused because
Yeah.
they use it as it has to be observed in front of you, and so you can use the same argument. Well, then you can discount a star because you can't do a star experiment in a lab in front of you, and so that becomes nonsense.
Can I pose a question?
Yeah, but go on.
So let's in his attempt here to defend Christianity, I suppose that's fine. Let's give him that. Okay, abiogenesis is nonsense. None of it's right. Now explain the mechanisms and the observations you made to come to your conclusions. Because attacking abiogenesis and calling it unscientific does nothing to explain the creation story of God.
An unknown is not unscientific. An unknown is what drives science to find an answer. It's right. I mean, every time they try to say, well, science can't answer that, so they should just give up. It's like, well, no, the idea is to find the answer. It's kind of silly to just say, well, they don't know. It's like, well, that's kind of what a lot of them do every day, right? They go and they try to figure that out.
I just want to pull something apart here, which is every time, like we said at the beginning, right? Every time he goes to board 2, right, he's going to be saying absolutely nothing about what it's supposed to be about, proving intelligent design. Notice, hang on.
Zoomed in on board 1.
Notice that on board 1, he's not even put down the first premise of the cosmological argument properly. Okay, and he's already on board 2 on the third thing, right?
Yeah.
Trying to say, oh look, this is wrong. Absolutely nothing to do with intelligent design whatsoever. So this is, as you said, this is the level we're talking about here.
So I'd like to say that Albert Einstein, you know who he is, don't we?
Never heard of him.
He spent his life doubting his own mathematics about black holes. He thought, my math is wrong because these black holes exist. And now they've been proven they exist. Stephen Hawkins went on about dark matter. And now dark matter has been proven. We know like probably 1/1000% what's going on in the universe. We do know that. But even scientists, they will doubt their own work. But these fucking Jeebus lovers will never doubt what bullshit they fucking portray ever. They will say, I'm right. This is God did it. And that's as simple as that. That's simple.
Yes and no. They will have, that's one of the problems with, not all Christians are young earth creationists. So, there are disagreements amongst themselves on how to read these stories. So it's not just
I mean,
You know, they'll use that. You know, people that are not religious are pointing these things out. Yeah, but
alone.
you know, a lot of different religious denominations do not hold a lot of these things literal like young Earth creationists do.
Right. Yeah, God did it. How did God do it? When did God do it? I mean, these are questions that they don't want to answer. And did anybody observe any of that? No. No one observed God doing any of this stuff. Nobody observed the beginning of the universe or the creation of the first cell. So back at you, dude.
Yeah, well,
don't make us use a Ken Ham on you. Were you there?
Don't make him. Don't make him get his Venn diagram out. Whatever you do. Oh,
I hate to mention Stephen Hawkins again, but he had it right. A scientist will make this hypothesis and spend the rest of his life trying to disprove it.
Hi, Stephanie. Everybody say hi to Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie.
Good to see you.
Stephanie, hello.
She says, well, either God did it or nothing. Well, there's
thank you
other
so
options.
much. No, thank you. Perfect.
There's a lot of other ors that it could be or.
Either something
we'll grant you an either God did it or. We'll
I think
if
she's
it all
got the
goes
best,
tits up, God moved in mysterious ways.
I think she's got the best sense of humor going on that side.
Stephanie's a good sport. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, either God did it, either something did it or nothing did it, right? You could say that. Either X did it or nothing did it. Well, probably X did it. What is X? X is God. Well, what is God? Now go ahead and define it for me. And that's where they would get into some serious shit, right? And they never want to do that. So when they're talking to atheists, they just want to pick on abiogenesis.
Yeah, well, I have to say this: it's either God did it or God didn't do it. That's the or. If you want an exhaustive or statement, it's either God or not God.
Yeah, but then how many different versions of God can you come up with? Like for me, God is complexity in the universe, space-time, particle complexity. That is my God, and that's my religion.
And I can grant a God of the gaps in some things that we don't know because nobody knows. So I can't really say one way or another. But
he hasn't.
You know, were there dinosaurs on a boat 4,000 years ago? I'm gonna get some push. I'm gonna give pushback on that. Okay?
He hasn't proposed how a creator did anything, though. He's just saying,
No.
I don't accept science because I misunderstand it in this way, and then saying, so therefore my answer, God, is a better answer, without giving any reason to support it.
Yeah, pretty much what I'm hearing as well.
Stephanie a believer in a creator, and again, there's some things where you can grant a God, but there are a lot of things that science can answer, and I think the pastor here might be skipping over some of the things that science does answer.
Yeah. Also, Stephanie, I'd want you to define what intelligent means in that sentence. Go ahead. Anyway, let's just get on with it.
Isn't that just like saying,
abiogenesis is the
chances of winning the lottery are 50-50?
Yeah.
The odds are like millions to 1. 50-50. Either you will win it or you won't win it. That's basically how I look at it, how these people think. Either God did it or he didn't.
Nobody's giving you a hard time, Stephanie.
No, I love it to pieces.
We all appreciate Stephanie's engagement with us and everything. You can say whatever you want, Stephanie. Don't worry about it.
100%.
From non-life. So, abiogenesis, non-life beginning. That's where the word comes from. And it's unscientific because I should define this one too. Science.
Good. This is going to be fun.
Is the practice.
Of.
Practice. I will go with that. Practice of learning
Yeah.
Disabilities on to you.
Through observation.
Observation.
Thought he was going to say that.
And this is worth writing down somewhere. Like I said, we're going off script here, but we're going to be using words like science a lot. And it's good to have a definition of it.
He's going to say
Science
experiment.
is the practice of learning through observation
He's apologizing.
I want to hear it again. Hold on.
and experimentation.
Okay.
And experimentation.
Observation and experimentation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, those words need defining right there, straight away.
We're going to use the word science a lot when we're talking about science, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like again, I just want to point this out as well. Okay, I think science is a lot more than that, right? Theoretical physicists, for instance,
Yes.
are they scientists or not scientists? Because if they're not scientists, then fair enough. If they are scientists, then this is a very engineering look at the way science is done.
Yeah, it's
You
pretty
know,
much.
I thought this guy was just wrong, but now I think he's dishonest. I think he's
I
just a
don't
liar.
know about that. I think he's just in
He
his bubble.
believes in his ways, doesn't he?
He's in his bubble. He doesn't know much. He clearly doesn't know much philosophy. Otherwise, he wouldn't say something like everything has a
No.
cause.
Absolutely.
He
Right.
purposely didn't use the definition of words and then tried to make one up based on etymology. And then he's completely misrepresented those that he
On
did try to use the
etymology, that
definition
made it
for.
work.
I don't think he did those things unknowingly.
Yeah,
Because then
maybe.
with science, he does use a definition.
Yeah, but I think he's on his side. He would have put the right. He would have put the right premise down. I think he
Yeah.
would have said everything that begins to exist has a cause.
It's just my opinion.
At least that stands a chance of being right, even though the PSR is probably not right. In my opinion.
Samos
not-
is right. Yeah, I mean,
It's-
he's in his bubble and he's talking his bullshit
We
to
could,
these
we
kids.
could
It's
really
not
pick,
his words,
we could
it's
really
his
pick
method
on him
that's
for not having a
dishonest.
PowerPoint ready. I mean, you
Yeah,
know.
maybe.
Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
It's not his words that I think are dishonest. It's his method. And
Right.
it's just my opinion, you know. I just
No,
you
I
know,
appreciate that. I appreciate
you
that.
know.
I just want to thank Stephanie for the compliment to me.
Yeah. So,
Come join us, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie. I really appreciate you saying that about me.
yeah,
I do you,
I-
Samos. I do you. In a
Oh,
heartbeat.
cheers, Doc. Cheers.
I always have a good time on Stephanie's channel. And, Stephanie's
Oh, I
always
love
welcome. She's always welcome over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever want to come on, Stephanie, or anything, you just holler. I'll get you a link. You're always welcome.
I think there's a
You
link further up
observe
the chat.
something in the world. How do you observe it? Well, you might look at it with your eyes. You might feel it with your hands, any of your senses. You might have some special instrument like a telescope or a microscope, or there's all kinds. Our technology is a wonderful way to observe all kinds of things in the world.
Okay, that's good.
And once
That's
we
good.
observe a thing,
You see, now that's honest. At least he's trying to
Yeah.
define
Yeah.
the word observation, and he's doing a pretty good job. I think there's
Yeah.
some. It's not a full definition, but at
I
least
think
he's
it's-
saying, anything is through the empirical method, right? That's basically.
I
What
actually think he's taking a slap at flat earthers.
yeah, maybe.
I think it's important that he's pointing out that there are other methods of observing outside of your senses.
Well, I mean, all those technologies are just ways for us to use our senses, right? And when we say use our senses, that's just the empirical method, and that's
Well,
fairly
yeah.
accurate. That's fairly accurate.
I mean,
In
he
terms
has been
of
getting
how
he
science
has-
works, although there is
Yeah.
some more to it. It's not just a naive sense of whenever we use senses, it's also using our logic and reason through our brain power, right?
Yeah.
But he has been getting things right.
We use numbers, we use equations to describe these
Yeah.
things. Those don't come through our feeling, or our eyes, those come through from our brains.
He is getting some things right, so he does have an understanding. So
Mhm.
that has to come into question when he gets things wrong, when he knows the things that are right.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what I'm
talking
saying?
about.
He's not
Right.
completely daft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm
I
pretty
see,
sure the board on the right is a bullshit board. I'm pretty sure he's going to do more writing on that than he will do on the left board. I've got a
we
feeling
try
that's where it's going to go.
to isolate its cause. And like if we observe an event, We try to isolate its cause and rule out all of the different variables that could be causing it until we finally, by repeated experiments, figure out that this other thing is what causes the thing that we saw. And then now we can study this other thing and learn even more. And that's how.
That's
how
good
science
for
progresses.
young people.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
that's-
science.
Yeah,
That's a little naive. That's a little naive.
I think for the younger people, that's an okay way to put it, I guess.
Okay, fair
High
enough.
school
I'll
level.
try and do that.
Remember, high
we're
school
trying
level.
to keep the we're trying to keep this so that everyday folks. I didn't want it too complicated, so
Yeah.
we don't want to give him a hard time for being simplistic because that's kind of what I wanted.
He was vague, but it was okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, repeat your experiment, and if you get the same thing, then your experiment from your hypothesis or whatever works. Isn't that science?
Yeah.
It's all very exciting. So,
No,
I'm excited.
You've got a big god.
getting back to the cosmological proof of God, though.
I can see how I can see he's excited.
He gets excited. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I can see it from here.
Yeah, you've probably got hard on there.
The
All
coffee
right.
and the coffee and the sugar from the donuts be kicking in right about now. Here we go.
Cosmology is the belief that everything has a cause, or it is the fact that everything has a cause, and the ultimate
Everything has a
cause,
cause except
the
God.
cause behind all of the other causes. The
But God is an
ultimate
exception.
cause
What's the cause of that?
That's the problem. Yeah.
He literally contradicted
Makes
himself
sense.
in one sentence.
Yes.
Is God considered a living thing, or is he like above living?
Scientifically, so science is not able to study God.
He's going to explain God scientifically.
He
Really?
got stumped a little bit there.
This is going to be good, guys.
Again,
Hang
again.
in there. He's
Is
going to
God
blame God.
physical or-
He's going
or
to
not?
explain God scientifically.
Well, like the question was asked when he was on board 1, and now he's pointing to board 2.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
bullshit part.
Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway.
It was basically, is God physical or not? And and he kind of drifted over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Everything
okay.
up to this.
Like the question
Everything
was
Not
almost
be explained
question was-
scientifically.
the question was
Um,
almost correct. If he just said, "Does God exist?" then I would have been like, "Oh, you got him. Well done, man." Because he said, "Is God living?"
Yeah.
Like,
Hey,
and by
hey,
living,
it was a
he
good
clearly
que-
meant
it was a good-
existing, right?
It was a good question. It was a good question.
Almost.
We'll give it to
Almost.
we'll give it to him for a good question.
They're,
Pretty good question.
they're often referred to him as the one living God. So
Yeah, that is true.
yeah.
Very true.
Which
one
is not
question
able to be
is fuck
observed
them
and
up.
experimented on.
I know way too
God
much
is
about
what we would
religion.
call supernatural. Science.
And I don't know that much.
Okay,
but-
yeah. So he's dismissing a physical God because you can't do a test on it.
You can only study nature.
Well, that's
and by
a, that's
nature, I
a,
don't.
sorry, that's a mistake in itself, because of course, like that's denying miracles.
Yeah,
Right
we're
there.
talking supernatural now.
I mean, if God interacts with the world through miracles, then
Right.
it can be scientifically tested. Right?
Mm.
Exactly.
Correct. Yes.
So, yeah, okay.
Oh.
So if he can't be
Oh,
scientifically tested, you're
Why did
basically
God put
saying
me in a wheelchair two
if
fucking
he can't be
years ago?
scientifically tested, you're basically saying that's it. He can't do miracles.
Yeah. By what mechanism does this God that is apparently outside of our reality, how does this God interact with physical universe? Because there has to be some way in which he does that. And when he does that, then you have observable things. This is directly metaphorical to the dark matter thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like we can't actually see dark matter, but we see its effects, and then we can study it by that. I mean, you do have to make some assumptions and hypotheses and further testing, but there is something to study. With God, there isn't any of those.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, but
I mean, that's one of the criticisms, isn't it? Is that 2,000 years ago he couldn't help but leave little messages everywhere, but now, now there's a billion, billions of people on the planet. He can't find him for trying.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's like when you die, you either become worm food or you're burnt or whatever. Your body does not ascend to heaven, as what all these Christians say. it's all about your consciousness. I'm guessing that's what they mean. The consciousness of your body will leave and ascend to heaven. And what are you going to be up there? My body's going to medical science. They can chop me up in my local medical school. They can chop me up and turn me into sushi. I don't care. My body isn't mine anymore. My consciousness will leave this plane of existence. Although I will always exist. That's the thing. You can't destroy matter. I will always exist as whatever.
That's what I find wondrous is that I'm going to be other things after I'm gone.
We are transitions of matter. When we die, we'll turn into either ash, but we'll be ash, we'll be whatever, but we will transition into a different kind of energy. I like that. That's a good thought for me. That when I die, I'll be something else. Even though my consciousness will die with my brain.
And some stuff actually leave the earth. So there's a possibility some part of me could actually leave the planet and go out into space. That's pretty neat too.
Yeah. To boldly go.
Unless you're part of one of Elon Musk's fucking ships, you'll regret that.
So what timestamp are you?
What's that, Mike?
What timestamp are you at?
I am at this is trimmed at, but my version is 8:41.
That's oh my goodness.
I trimmed off his little beginning where he said his little thing.
Okay, he's going to talk about miracles. He's going to talk about miracles not being scientifically observable. That is bullshit. If there was a miracle that happened, we can observe the after effects. And I think you guys are saying that with dark matter. Yeah. That basically, if a bridge fell and God held all the cars up and let them keep running on, the no road through the air until they got off the bridge, we would, and people photographed that, and we saw it happen, and we had eyewitness testimonies, and it was on news. I mean, we can observe the effects of miracles. So if miracles happen, we can observe it. Yeah. And I can't think of anyone we've ever observed. I don't know.
And that's what I point out too, that one person with a miracle healing is good for them, but I would see it more of a divine intervention if everybody was healed.
Right.
That would require more of an explanation than just remission, or they just got lucky with a good doctor or something like that.
Yeah.
And can I quickly say that where you paused this video, it looks like this pastor is about to go into a Jake Paul dab.
Let's all get down and boogie.
He's going to do that. He's going to do a dab, isn't he?
Outside, I mean, like everything in the material world. This building came from nature. We did a little work on it to make it look like this, but it's ultimately it's part of nature. So science is able to study nature in the very, very broad sense of the word nature, but there are things that are supernatural, like God or angels or stuff like that. And the supernatural, by definition, cannot be studied scientifically because it can't be observed and experimented consistently.
Bullshit.
See, there's a good point though, is consistently. See, that's often the thing, that if a miracle is a one-off thing, then you can't get any repeatability or anything on it, right?
But the miracle is going to do something. It's going to have some effect.
It's going to leave an effect, yeah, right.
Even if you didn't observe it, you're going to see the effects of that miracle. If all of a sudden everybody's cancer disappears tomorrow, we would see that, and there would be news article after news article about it. You can observe miracles.
But your theist would say that God gave them cancer for a reason.
Yeah.
He moves in mysterious ways and all that bollocks.
I mean, also on sorry.
The other day, my cat was walking along the rim of the tub while I was taking a bath, and he fell in, and I observed a miracle. He levitated and didn't even get wet. I mean, like, he just lifted straight up in the air and took off. It was a miracle.
You demons are preventing Stephanie from joining, it looks like.
Yeah, of course you do that.
The flip side
Turn
of that
down the
idea
demon
is
vibes,
too,
would you? Gosh.
Or it's Jesus saying something. I don't know.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, you're fine. The other part of that idea that we're missing, though, is also we don't observe these miracles occurring and there not being some discernible cause. You know, like there's always, even if we don't know exactly what the cause is, there's always evidence that there is some mechanism at play. We don't see things happen without a mechanism. We just don't.
And yeah, we're not closed-minded to it. And
show me.
I don't think anybody here would be upset one way or another if we all had to go to church on Sunday if all these people were cured. I mean, I think that would be a fair trade-off that a little give and take, right? God wants us to be going to church and everything and stuff, and God certainly performed miracles in the Bible and in other religious texts. Their gods did as well. And,
isn't that the very definition of a cult, though, Dave? You congregate somewhere.
Well, it is a cult.
Once a week or on a Sunday, you congregate, you perform rituals.
No, I wouldn't say you'd have to do all that. I would say just stop by and say thank you for all these people that have been cured. I think it would be worth a thank you rather than no thank you for all these people that are going through all these things.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
The miracle I want to see is I want to wake up tomorrow morning and Harris is president-elect. I mean, why,
And here's the thing, though. Like, you want to say that it's a miracle. You want to call it a miracle that God cured Granny's cancer. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of children are dying across the world from hunger, from bone cancer, from infection.
Yeah,
like your frame of reference has to be a bit bigger.
Yeah, the Bible miracles never impressed me because it was always a person here, a person there, and this was amongst people that there was no social programs or anything to help people. You know what I mean? These people that were down on their luck were seriously down on their luck, right? And I'm gonna pick this one to make better, right?
Yeah.
And not everybody else. That always bothered me.
But the rest didn't pray hard enough.
Wave your hand over the whole crowd. Everybody's better, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That a humanist would go and give someone something to eat and help them the best they could.
Mm-hmm.
A theist would just pray for them. I mean, what the fuck does that? What does that even mean?
It was teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach him to pray for a fish, and he'll starve to death waiting for a fish.
Yeah.
That is a great quote. I've never heard that before, but that is a great quote.
Well, there's a better one of those.
What?
Teach a man to make fire, and he'll be warm the rest of his life. Oh, he'll be warm for a bit. If you set him on fire, he will warm for the rest of his life.
Mike could understand that. Yeah, some of those mushrooms out there, if you eat one of them, you'll never have to eat anything ever again.
That's right.
Mario,
it's a miracle.
In my town, there was a commando with me, actually. And there was a really young girl. She must have been a teenager, selling a big issue. That was the homeless person's newspaper, let's say. I give it cost like £2 British pounds to buy. I give her 10 and I said keep the change. And I took Commander for lunch and we had a burger. I bought an extra burger and chips and brought it back to her. I mean, someone so young to be homeless, it was wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
And she wasn't even from this country. She was, I think she was from Poland. It doesn't matter. To me, a human being is a human being. They've got a right to exist.
Yep.
And Christianity seems to quash that. You have to believe in God to exist.
And we even believe that the Christians are allowed to exist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody has the right to exist. But the Christians believe that, yeah, unless you believe in their bullshit, you don't have a right to exist. You go into
Well, that's for a lot of Christians and mainly the Americans, I think. Like I believe over here, most are a bit more moderate, but that might also be my point of view because of the kind of Christianity I grew up around.
There's an American show called The Good Place.
Yeah.
It's on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I've got that on my list. Yeah.
And it is brilliant. I mean, that would show you how heaven and hell works. That you would be, if you're getting your eyeballs plucked out from your fucking kneecaps every day, you would get bored of that.
Yeah.
You know, after a couple of months, you would say, you know, you need to step this shit up. We're human beings. I'm bored of this now.
There is nothing appealing about eternity.
Exactly, and in heaven, where you have to get up every morning and pray to this fucking guy that wants love, but he needs to be loved, and you have to pray to him every morning.
I want to sleep in, God. Give me a break. It's supposed to be heaven. Dragging me out first thing in the morning.
That's what heaven is. Heaven is obviously a
more
God.
Praying, more worshiping.
Living on a cloud and all that shit. and all of a sudden, you're just going to say, yeah, this is shit too.
Well, it depends too.
Yeah,
I mean, we can go to Cat Kerr, though. Cat Kerr's got quite an imagination of what'll keep you entertained in heaven. So
yeah, Cat Kerr can control the weather apparently with her pink hair and all that shit.
She's got a big stick.
That is.
But you can learn to fly.
Nonsense woman.
Yeah,
she can control the weather. Yeah, didn't a couple of thousand people die in America from the hurricanes lately?
I still think like if somebody makes a claim that they control the weather, like if you get damage from a hurricane or whatever, sue them. You destroyed my house. You control the weather, so
hey,
you destroyed my house.
If Cat waved her stick, and I was watching the satellite, and that thing did a 180, there would be something to question, right? But it doesn't do that. It keeps following the same. They have the different projections, but it's always one of those projections. It always follows that. It never just goes and does a 180. It just doesn't happen.
I mean,
but
it's quite easy because
if it did, though, yeah, that would be something.
Yeah.
Weather conditions happen at sea. Hurricanes happen at sea because of the water and the sky and wherever, whether we're under a dome or not. I'm bigging up the flat earthers for some reason, but when it gets inland, it dissipates, and it's never. Sometimes it's a Cat 5. If it happened just outside, especially in the tropics, around Florida and them sort of areas, because
that's where she's at. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the cold hair meets the warm hair. warm air, and yeah, it's shit. But
Well, you know,
to tell you-
she's in Florida. That Paula
well,
White's
she's
in
never controlled the
Florida.
weather condition in her life. She just dyes her hair pink.
Yeah,
She's
but
like
I'm
12 years old.
We've got a lot of these ones that supposedly have the power of God, and that Paula White, she can call up the angels of God, and they're
Paula
in
White.
Florida, and yet
Isn't she the
Florida
one
seems
that
to
goes
get hit a
Abba,
lot.
Abba, Gabba, Gabba, Abba, Abba?
Yep.
She's the what do they call it? The snake talker.
She's got Trump's ear. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of them are down there, and yet it doesn't seem to do much for the weather coming. They can call out their angels of protection, and it still hits. So, I mean, yeah, that's the point where you know you want to go to church. That's one thing. If you think going to church is going to change the direction of a hurricane, and you shouldn't get out of the way of it, then I don't want to say question someone's intelligence, but I would say question your life choices. If you're going to go to church when a hurricane is headed right for you, you should get out, right? So,
yeah.
For example, this is a good one. We'll talk about this again maybe when we get into miracles. But miracles are literally just cannot be verified by science. Because picture this. Let's say God does a miracle. Let's say I snap my hands and I don't know, something explodes out of snap my fingers and something explodes out of my hand. You'd be like, wow, that was really cool. That was a miracle, right? Well, scientifically speaking, okay, so how do I put this? I usually have this discussion better prepared, but I wasn't planning on talking about it right now.
Yeah, he messed up already.
If a miracle happens one time, then...
Well,
he's already messed up, right? You know.
Yeah, he didn't.
If I click my hands and something happens in my other hand, that means it's scientific, right? Because you can observe that, right?
I don't think that was in his notes there.
It is some unknown phenomenon that needs to be studied so we can find out the cause. So an atheistic scientist would look at that miracle and say, wow, you know, it appears that snapping his fingers.
An atheist scientist will not look at anything as a miracle. I just have to say that.
Well, you could think of it as miraculous, but then you would also ask yourself, how did that happen? Yeah.
I've seen a deer run across a road, run across a motorway or highway, as you call them over there, and not get struck by a car, even though there's loads of cars on. I've seen that, and I could call that a miracle. Surely that deer did not die. I live in the countryside, by the way.
Oh, I'm in the city and we've got plenty of deer around here. So
yeah, I'm guessing deer everywhere. They're pests.
My mother and my brother both had dings in their cars from the deer running out in front of them. We don't seem to have a shortage of deer. So.
Well, I had Commander here last week, and they couldn't understand why a small town in the UK is like 20,000+ people. I said that's small to us because America is a vast place. It is vast.
I don't think
a small town in America is probably like 8 people, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think he's impressing anybody so far. We'll give him another shot here, and then we might skip to the guest speaker because.
But he's so good.
I've been getting a lot of groans out of everybody, so I don't think that he's as good of a teacher as he thinks he is, because
he prefers
we're really struggling
on the right.
We're really struggling. I got. You know what I got on my notebook here? Nothing, because I don't think anything was worthy of.
There's a good conversation to be had about the topic. He's just really bad at explaining.
Bless you, Dave.
Yeah.
Explosion. I wonder what it is. Is it my fingers? Can everybody do this? What's going on? And if I can't repeat it, then he would say, well, it was a one-off thing. We can't study it because it's not repeatable. But that doesn't mean it's a miracle, he would say. There are lots of one-off things that happen in the universe, and we can't study them. They are mysteries for now. So we will log it as scientific data, and hopefully sometime in the future somebody will figure it out.
Okay.
Poison in the well and straw man.
Okay, so that's the perfect time. That's the perfect explanation of what caused the universe.
Yeah.
Right? We log the scientific data and we say we're unable to give the explanation right now. So we're just going to log the data and then leave it as an open question. We're not going to say, I know what did it. God. That's what we're not going to do.
I'm going to guess Barcode Man is going to make his perfect explanation for what he doesn't understand.
That's why
that's I mean, he does understand some things. So that's a problem when he misrepresents things, when he clearly does understand some of these things.
So is he going to say? So is he going to say if he snaps his finger and there's an explosion, look, God did it? Is that what he's going to say?
That's why his argument. That's why this is so bad, because he spends all this time talking about all the reasons that science is wrong and poisoning the well and straw manning scientists, but he has yet to explain anything to do with why we should believe that a God does it. He just says, well, these things aren't good explanation, so I must be right about this other thing with no explanation, information, evidence, or anything of the sort.
And bearing in mind, this was supposed to be a talk on the evidence for intelligent design.
Yes.
I don't think he ever got the 3 evidences for God done, did he?
He didn't get the first one done.
He hasn't. He's not even got the first premise in the first one.
He had an idea of how the universe began, but
we got left hanging a little bit there.
Or suppose this happens every time I snap my fingers. I snap my fingers, there's an explosion, bam, bam, just blowing crap up everywhere. Now it's not a miracle, now it's a natural phenomenon. There is a thing that happens predictably every time I snap my fingers. And that can be studied. What is it about this?
I think that's a T-jump argument, is it? That he says, if it happens every time I do it, then that's something. When it never happens when I do it, that's something as well.
What a disingenuous prick this guy is.
Yeah. No, I agree. Dishonesty.
But I mean, also I like the logic behind it here, which is right. If it only happens once, it's God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
When he claps his fingers.
Wow. I mean, talk about making your God unfalsifiable.
Here's he's not even doing that part right, because science isn't prescriptive in that way. Science doesn't say, oh, well, you snap your fingers and then it happens, so it's a natural cause. Science looks for the descriptive mechanisms that result in that end conclusion. And so science would not make that assertion.
Yeah, what you're saying there, Joe, is it's all right to log that there may be a correlation, but science looks for causation.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't see this as a natural cause. He sees this as God did this atrocity. Yeah. That's how he sees it.
He's projecting, really, I guess.
Absolutely.
I mean, some might say correlation of the gaps there.
Sure.
Correlation of the gaps. That's a good.
I like that.
Great.
Yeah.
I was hoping for better. I really was. I mean,
it's not bad.
I'm just teasing. He let's say we have credited him for getting some things right and seeming to know stuff. The question is, when he's misrepresenting things, that you're going to get the groans. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is the
stuff he knows, he ignores.
Yeah, this is the perfect example of a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
But, this reflects more mainstream belief than the exception, which is the very few apologists who have somewhat, air quotes, better arguments.
Well, in his opinion, he said he knows this stuff better than most other pastors. So if he is the standard of what all the other pastors know, then it's below
I know the
this.
things I pull out of my ass better than other people do too.
Oh, that's
I
brilliant.
mean,
I love it.
I have to admit, this has to be hard work to be a potential scientist or pretend to be a scientist and try and talk about God. This is hard work. I know there's a lot of science people that do believe in God. Look at that black woman that said, "Oh, demon sperm," all that shit. He's one of them guys that is sort of making it up as he goes along.
Well, you know, science and scientists would be perfectly happy saying that science doesn't delve into the questions of a God because it's not something in the natural world that you can observe. But it's the apologists who want to then shoehorn religion and God into science because they have some Napoleon complex or something about the fact
only
that
time they've ever done that, the only time religion has ever shoehorned themselves into science is when they apologized in the 90s for Galileo's incarceration.
Here he is.
It's
Here he is with his collar. Yeah, so this is when he has his collar on. So
straight away there, he's written.
He's still got the two whiteboards.
Yeah, straight away there, he's written historical science.
I see the bullshit whiteboard.
That's what I said. Yeah, his arguments weren't but see, now no worries because he hasn't been very impressive, and maybe he knew he wasn't being all that impressive. Okay, so he's gonna bring in.
Oh boy.
He's going to bring in an expert, a real scientist. Because
wait. Don't let a woman teach you. Isn't that what the Bible says?
Yeah.
A woman shouldn't teach.
We're not going to. We're not going to read that part.
That's fact.
We're not going to read that part. Okay, well, we gave him a shot. We weren't very impressed, but we can return to him again because he's got a lot of these videos. So.
It took him 15 minutes just to write the first premise out.
Yeah,
and he says he's got 3 arguments, so that's at least 6 premises.
Yeah.
Right, that's an hour and a half, and we're not even getting to the point of what he's supposed to be talking about.
And he has like a Bible. He has a Bible series and an apologetic series. So there's more than one series. So
we know the foundation of everything that he's building off of is already incorrect.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I mean, it's
But
not. Really
I will say though, it seems that he does know some stuff, and he did get some stuff right. But he may be
dismissed that, right? He dismissed that.
But that actually makes it worse.
You could do better, sir. You could do better. Okay.
Yeah, that makes it worse. Like if he knows a bit more, like he should also know that what he's saying is complete bullshit.
He said this stuff and then dismissed it on the right whiteboard.
Yeah, look, it's not that it's bullshit. For me personally, it's not that it's bullshit. It's that it's naive. It's just a very naive take on science and a very naive take on philosophy.
Yeah,
that's fine in terms of you're saying it's for very young children, but you said it's for high schoolers. Yeah. I mean, no, that's not fine for high schoolers to be teaching high schoolers like 5th grade material. That's not good. Okay.
Yeah. He did have that one question he couldn't answer. Thrown from him from the high school.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared for
him and he
that.
couldn't answer it.
He wasn't prepared for that at all. But like I said, no worries though. No worries.
Yeah.
He's gonna bring in a real scientist because
great. No, I've got much higher hopes for this, Dave. Much higher hopes here.
We got a guest speaker lined up here, and this is the same place and everything. So.
He's going to prove God this time. He's going to prove got
No,
it.
well, he's going to hand over the reins. So
I'm
here we
expecting.
go.
I'm expecting big things from this, Dave. Let's go.
Okay. He's going to introduce her here, and then she's going to
She's gonna
give
lie
us
to
all
her.
the answers. And
He's letting
Big
a
I'm
woman teach him.
guaranteeing you've never heard any of these things she's going to say before. I
No,
guarantee
big
it.
things. Big things, Dave. Big
Or
things.
maybe not. We'll see.
I'm
Mind blown.
excited. I'm excited.
Good evening, everybody. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to all of you our guest speaker tonight. It's Mrs. Stacy Lung from Lutheran Island Camp. She is the executive director at Lutheran Island Camp and holds a master's degree in environmental education,
Oh, dear.
having written her thesis, which I see is in her hand, on the flood geology of Wisconsin and the
dear.
Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And that's what she'll be talking.
Dear.
Diploma
Oh
mill.
dear. Oh dear.
Diploma mill.
Yeah, well, creationist diploma. I mean, there you go.
There you go, Mike. Your area flood geology.
Okay,
expert.
Mike. Over to you, buddy.
I would love to see I want to see that thesis. I really want to see it because Michigan, Upper Michigan and Minnesota, they always ignore that. They always go to the Grand Canyon. Well, she'll do it too.
Isn't Michigan
Yeah,
the one where they have those like massive ripples?
Yeah, there's just all kinds of shit going on.
Yeah,
And
like where I'm
Yeah.
assuming they're glaciers or ice layers have
They
created the ripples.
They
Yeah,
need to
the
give your
continent-
area more love. Jeez.
the continent split apart at one point and then kind of smashed back together, and there's all kinds of volcanic activity and just tons of stuff that can't be explained with flood
Nice.
geology. So
Yeah,
there's-
okay. So you're
We
saying
got
it
the
can't.
expert here.
You're saying it can't be explained, therefore God. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
yeah, right. Yeah, God
Yeah.
did it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
God just
put
created it.
put all those books away on your shelves, Mike. You have the expert for the
Here
flood
we go.
geology of your area coming your way.
Hang
with
on
us
to
about
your
tonight.
seat.
Before I invite her up, a quick housekeeping thing for confirmants. We're not doing a
Hey.
memory quiz tonight.
Let me say that geologists get the fucking worst. Well, apart from evolutionists, but geologists
Before
are
you
evolution.
invited up,
get the
before you
worst
invited
crap
up-
from these theists ever. They just
okay, Dave,
pick on them.
before,
Well,
before,
I was saying religiously. It is religiously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Go ahead, Mike.
fuckers they are.
Go ahead, Mike.
she has a degree in what was it, in environmental education?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it was. Yeah.
Not
Environmental
geology.
education. What is that? What
Well,
sort of degree is
But
that?
No.
basically,
That's shit.
she tells supermarkets not to sell plastic bags.
And she's
Yeah.
a director. She's a director of a Bible camp. Okay, keep that in mind when you listen to her.
Environmental sciences is a thing, and she's an educator of environmental sciences. That's what I get from that.
Yeah, but she's a director at like a Bible camp, he said, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
an
think her
island.
degree's
It's an
fake.
island.
Okay,
They
okay.
put you on a freaking island on this one.
He changed his clothes. Is he trying to make himself into a Pikachu?
I mean, she might, potentially, she might just go around telling people that the end of the world is nigh because everything's going to shit. I mean, that technically is environmental science as well.
Do you think
Yeah. Oh, if
climate change denial is going to make an
if you
appearance?
want an end of the world one, I've got one of those videos somewhere too. So
Oh, I love the apocalyptic ones.
Well,
Those are great.
Like,
Okay.
come on, for you Americans, it already is the end of the world as you know it.
You got Trump there.
Gonna give Stacy the whole time, and next week you'll get another memory quiz. But if you remember what's on this one, I'll give you extra credit for having done that.
all right, we can get extra credit.
At
Don't
church.
forget that you can get extra credit. I'm looking forward
Yeah,
to
it
it.
seems like he was just
Yeah.
questioned there. And he
Now
just
you
said,
really got me psyched, Simos.
Questioned.
Can I
And
can I
not
comment on
only
the
are you ready
setting?
for this video, but you can get extra credit for that. And I always loved hearing that word extra credit because I was not an A student. So when you
Yeah,
heard that
that-
word extra credit, you were always like, yes, that's an extra 5 or 10 points for me.
That
His
was
whiteboards
basically,
have
she
gotten
dismissed
bigger
him,
and
and,
found out on the wall.
he just went on and said, "Oh, you get extra credit for that question." She dismissed as bullshit, or questions as bullshit, I should say, and that's where he ended up, oh, you get extra credit for that. And that's it. That's just a dismissal, isn't it?
Yeah, this shirt is not flattering at all.
Oh, yeah. He's got moves.
Just to say,
He has moves.
Don't piss moves.
Oh, just to say, guys, I've already got extra credit with Stacy's mom.
All right.
Yeah.
Stacy's mom has got it going on.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Stacy Lung.
Stacy, all right.
Stacy Long.
I think I know some of you, right? From Lutheran Island Camp. I know I've seen your faces around, so it's good to see you all here tonight.
Oh, fundamentalists.
It wasn't
my
me.
God.
It wasn't me. It might have been Bigfoot, but it wasn't me.
So Pastor Larson, when he texted me, he said, do you want to come talk to the confirmation students about apologetics? And I
Wear
was
the
like,
cardigan,
"All right,
woman.
I'm
Sure.
sorry."
So yeah, this is apologetics again.
It's
We're
not
here.
apologetics.
We're here to learn apologetics, and we have an expert here. So the guest speaker. I mean, how often do you get a guest speaker, right? So.
No, he said he already introduced it. So when we talk about Christian apologetics, what are we talking about?
Then you're talking about
Is it making shit up?
Grace is this defense
that's
of faith, right?
that's
Really think of it
talking
as the verse in
so
1
much that
Peter.
you get something that's
If you're
wrong
right, always
to make
have
it
an answer,
look right.
Right? For anybody that asks you for the
talking
reason
about
of the, for the hope
That's
that's
what it is,
in
isn't
you. I
it?
think that's kind of the verse I always go to when I think of that word apology.
The Bible says, "Be prepared to give an answer, or be prepared to defend the faith." I think that's what it says.
Well, this is it. This is what I get. I don't get it.
Give
Why
a
do they
reason.
call
Give
themselves-
give a reason for the hope within, or something like
Why
that.
do they call themselves apologetics?
It
What are they
comes from the word
apologizing for?
apologia.
Are they apologizing for their
No.
No, it means to
bullshit and
explain.
curse on the world?
No.
Reality? What are they
No, it's
apologizing for?
it's to
They're-
explain or answer. Yeah.
It's not apologizing. It's apologia
Boston.
is the word that's used, and it just means to defend the faith, pretty much.
I know that.
To defend that position.
Lost in translation.
Yeah. I was making a sarcastic joke.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I'm from the UK.
I didn't mean to be the pretentious asshole of the group.
No, you weren't. You're not. I'm the pretentious asshole in the group. Because I won't fucking shut the fuck up. Especially when I've had a few, and I have had a few.
Apologetics. So it's not like we're saying we're sorry, right? But it's sort of a defense of the faith. And in particular, if he invites me to come talk to you, I sort of like science.
If he was almighty, you didn't
So
have to
there's a lot
defend
of
him.
ways we can look at apologetics, right? Science isn't the only way we.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that he had to bring in a guest speaker because he wasn't doing very well with his his own presentation. And we give him a fair shot. And hey, I watched the whole thing, and I watched more. And what I watched 4 or 5. I watched 4 or 5 of them. So,
Well, yeah.
Oh boy,
people full of shit.
I'm
Need
sorry.
backup of other people full of shit, and they need backup of people full of shit. And is that Christianity?
One thing about playing these videos, you want to try to look around and look for, sadly, some of these videos, they are, how should I say, not very nice. And so if I see that kind of thing going on, I try to avoid those channels because
oh boy,
I think you all know what we're talking about. So we won't go there because we're having a good time here
We know what
learning
you're talking
apologetics. So
I'm guessing this girl here can't remember 50 people she knows. The names of 50 people she knows.
she looks tired, doesn't she? She looks really, really tired.
Yeah.
We have our friends, we have acquaintances, we have people we meet in a pub or the bar, as you call it in America. We have these people, and no one can remember 50 people they know. as acquaintances, as people they've met. No one can do that, but she's.
You
all
don't
of a
think
sudden-
anyone can name 50 people they know?
I'm guessing you could.
Okay.
It's rare, but I bet you couldn't.
I would.
Joe's pretty popular. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you can make up names.
He
and
might be able to do
shit,
it.
but you can't. Nobody on this planet can remember 50 people that they know as acquaintances or friends. I'm excluding family here because a lot of people have big families.
Oh, you mean?
I think I could do that.
You mean outside of your circle? It gets
outside
yeah.
of the circle. No
Yeah,
one can remember 50 people they know.
I think I could name 50 YouTubers that I know.
I could name 50.
Yeah,
I could name 50 Daves that I know.
There you go.
Dave.
Wow, 50 days that you have an issue there that you need to.
Dave's here, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Somebody got a Dave fetish or something?
Topic.
50 days.
What do you say? Because I like
50 Shades of Dave?
Teacher. We do it for fair.
Fair.
All right. So the other thing I did when Pastor called me is I sat down. I was going to make this great PowerPoint, and I said, "Get me a TV. I'm going to prepare a PowerPoint. I'm ready for this."
Well, guess what? They're not in the 21st century. You got a whiteboard.
I'm guessing the pastor forgot about that bit.
Is she going to pull out a lightsaber now?
The whiteboards have moved from being on the wall to now on flimsy stands.
No PowerPoint. You got whiteboards. Deal with it.
And then as I sat there and thought about what to include, I thought to myself, I could make this great PowerPoint, and I could end up answering a whole bunch of questions that you guys don't actually have. And missing the questions that you actually do have. So I need you guys to help me out tonight, because we're going to do this a little bit more like a question and answer. I'm going to ask you guys some questions just to get us warmed up, but then I'm looking for you guys to ask me your questions. So what kinds of things do you hear in your science classes? What kinds of things do you hear maybe on TV or in documentaries that you want some answers for, that don't seem to fit or make sense in your mind? If you're like I was in high school, I really struggled with this, right? I really struggled with, how does what I'm learning in my class, how does that tie into my faith? And then when I got to
because it seems to disprove it.
I never struggled with that. I just assumed that science was science and going to church was going to church.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that the right whiteboard is a bullshit whiteboard that is just full of God nonsense. And the first one will have a scribble that, maybe science exists.
Well, the PowerPoint would have been
God created science, God created this, God did that. I'm going to guess that. I'm always going to go with the right whiteboard.
Pastor, just a recommendation that for as far as the video goes, if you would use a PowerPoint, it would be a lot easier to see on the screen for those of us that are watching the video. Because even if you zoom in, you're going to lose, you're going to lose quality and everything. So the whiteboards and the camera, now you could have another camera maybe with a camera angle maybe closer to the whiteboards, because your camera's like mid to the back of the room. And so just a tip for you if you listen to this. So we try to be helpful here.
Yeah, but you paused the video, Dave. Even she looks unsure.
She looks tired.
She looks unsure. Tired.
She's been sleeping on the ground too much at the camp island, or so not getting a good night's sleep. That's what I think.
You're a woman. Write what I told you to write, bitch. That's what she looks like.
I majored in
probably
geology.
Does sleep very well at the camp.
She
probably
said
has
she
a villa
majored.
there or something.
She said she majored in geology. So
The book is about a little bit, and I'll show you that if you want to see it or share a little bit about that. But that made it even worse, because I was sitting in class hearing things that just didn't seem like they went together. And I kept having this question, like, are faith and science at odds with each other? Like, do they not work together?
No.
Absolutely.
Because that's the impression I got. And so for me, it kind of pushed me away from the church a lot. I was spending most of my time sitting in a university classroom.
Oh, bullshit.
And I started out going to church on Sunday. And then pretty soon I was going to church just sometimes on Sunday. And before too long, it was only when I went home to visit my parents, right?
That's the way it should be.
Because I wasn't able to have somebody answer some of the questions that I was wrestling with. And so that's what I like to.
Well, and that's not unusual. A lot of people get busy, especially young people. You're busy with work, marriage, kids, paying bills, and a lot of times there is a time where they don't go to church like they used to. And then later on, they either go back or they don't. But some do go back later when the kids are a little older and they decide.
Time, Dave.
Yeah, it's time to take the kids to Sunday school.
It's not a prayer.
Well, there's
no
even non-believers that are taking their kids to church, though. I mean, I've seen the stories that they don't want to make a decision for them, whatever, and they want to have similar exposure they had. So there are non-believers that take their children to church for the the life experience.
I go to church quite a lot. Well, I go once a month. But that's just that I live in a village. So I go to church just to socialize.
But I also say don't tell your kids because you go to church.
My skin doesn't sizzle into I don't burn in a church.
Right.
Get on with it.
Yeah, just because you take your kid to church, though, I'm not in support of the idea that you stand up in the middle of science or history class or anything else and you say, you're wrong. I learned something else at church. Keep it at church on Sunday. And out of the other classes, there's not a problem. But they don't. And a lot of them actively teach these kids to disrupt class and say, you're wrong, this and that. And
I got a book that says so.
Yeah. And then the other kids are going to look around and saying, hey, what's going on? Right. So that is the line that is often the problem and why we even talk about these things at all. As we've said many times, there's many religions we don't talk about. And why don't we talk about them? Because they don't seem to be bothering anybody or teaching this stuff in their basements.
Right. Yeah, but Dave, this is the thing about religion. All their interest is in control and power. Now, the Archbishop of Canterbury in the UK declared the UK in stage 1 of total atheism. Right? So, I don't know what stage 2 and 3 are, but they're actually, we know religion is dying or Christianity is dying. It's bullshit. Yep. We all know that, and it's dying.
Yeah.
And well, you're a better example over there because it's a lot less.
Well, most churches in the UK are now homes. People live in them, and I don't get the point that you still got graveyards in your garden. I don't get that, but people love their church homes, and we've got a lot of just wreck and ruin churches as well. But we got a lot of beautiful churches. I do love the churches in the UK. They are beautiful. I mean, we're talking about Roman era buildings.
One of my grandparents' house, they used to kid it was Holy Land because even though they were on a facing the side street like everybody else, their address was for the other street, the cross street, because when the church used to be there, it faced the main street, and that's what its address was. And then when it was later torn down and they built the neighborhood, that property there, the address was still turned towards the main street. So yeah, they used to kid that their house was built on holy ground. So just a little anecdote there.
Yeah, no, I get that.
My house is probably built on horny ground. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. I do now. I like to answer those questions because for some of us that think like that, it's a struggle sometimes. And we don't always get the right information or accurate information, or we don't always get to see the evidence from different perspectives. So here's my first question for you. All right. Actually,
Here we go.
maybe I won't ask that first.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, maybe I will. We'll ask
Okay.
it first. Has
Come
anybody ever
on.
been to the Grand Canyon?
Uh-oh.
Bingo!
Uh-oh.
Bingo!
Got your bingo cards out?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah.
I told
Wow.
you.
Creationist apologist talking about the Grand Canyon. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From my perspective,
look,
I'm
guys.
amazed. I'm just amazed that an American has been to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who
Me
would
too.
have thought that one of the world's like most popular places to go and see the awe and wonderness of nature?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been to the Grand Canyon, by the way.
Look at the trees.
Yeah,
for
I've been there
creation.
too. But because us Brits believe in beauty and the power of the world.
Well,
Or
we
the
believe
earth,
in
or-
going abroad. I mean, that's basically it, right?
Well, yeah,
Or two.
we've been to America, by the way. Oh.
If where you live is shit, then of course you got to go abroad.
Yeah, I know Simon.
You Americans are shit, but we've
He
been
goes
there.
abroad or two. Or three.
She actually wrote a book.
No offense. That's just a bad joke.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm looking right at them. I mean, right at her. Sorry.
You may have won your independence, but we're still superior. That's all. Joke.
It's okay. Only one person to the Grand Canyon. One of the best memories of my whole life. I had the opportunity to raft
Getting laid in the
down
Grand Canyon?
So we took
Yes,
this
you
little,
won't
In a
care.
raft.
little
When I
teeny
went
tiny
to the
plane.
Grand
They actually had to weigh
Canyon,
us
there
before
was
we got on it.
thousands of
Make sure
people.
we
Well,
didn't weigh more
hundreds
than
of
the plane
people
could
there. I
carry.
could.
They flew us to a dirt runway in the
Took
desert.
me ages to get to
in the
the
middle
edge.
of nowhere. Then we got on a helicopter.
That's what she's talking about.
They had to weigh us again because it was really windy. And the helicopter pilot
Go
would
to your
say,
kitchen
"How
now
much
and
do you
try this
weigh?"
coffee recipe.
And then he would look at you and say, "If you lie, you die." So you told the truth, right? So we got on a helicopter. We flew. It looked like we were going to fly right into a rock wall. The helicopter turned and it went straight down. And then we got on a raft and we went through the Colorado River. And once we got to the end, we took a jet boat through Lake Mead out the other side. Incredible. If you guys, you got to go see the Grand Canyon. But nevertheless, the Grand Canyon is often one of those places. How many of you have heard, maybe in science class, the Colorado River over millions of years gradually kind of wore away at the rock and created this deep hole in the ground?
That's
Not
what
really
I've
a
heard.
hole.
That's
Not a hole,
probably
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, she just spoken.
One
fact.
mechanism.
But I'm gonna suggest she's gonna just suggest God made this sort of thing.
Well, it's going to be the flood, but
I have to
Yeah,
say
there's-
that
she left
yeah.
out the uplift. I don't know if she mentions that or not, but
But I have to admit, the Grand Canyon is well. I looked at it from a platform, but it's beautiful. It is amazing thing, and it's always warm there for some reason.
oh yeah,
Anybody heard that
Well,
story before?
And she
Little
goes,
bit of water, long time. Right? And that's what I had heard too. Now I'm going to ask you to consider with me today, and we'll talk
So
about it in
I
detail.
say,
What if it was-
bitch.
This is an environmental scientist. Had she heard it? Really?
she heard it.
This is Ice Age
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Woman, so are you?
I
Why
was-
would you
I was-
ignore it? Oh,
I was in the canteen and somebody just whispered to me, "Oi, mate, check out the Grand Canyon. That's the serious drugs."
No, she took the boat ride, so she
Well,
must have read the little sign along
Yeah,
the boat
there you
ride
go.
or something.
I mean, the
You guys think
ultimate
anything
guide.
like-
The ultimate guide is ignoring science and what the Grand Canyon represents, which is basically a massive sea was there.
But we're trying to see if we know what the other side is and everything. And I will say that the Grand Canyon, if you know anything about creationist arguments, you've heard about the Grand Canyon and Mount St. Helens. So just want to point it out that we are listening to the other side, and we have an expert in environmental flood geology of
you are 80%
Wisconsin and Upper Michigan,
by the way.
Produce like
he
a whole
just
bunch
happened
of
to
water.
hear that. Just heard one time.
Yeah.
You know?
Like if there was really a global flood, if that was true, we should see evidence of a global flood everywhere we look.
Oh,
yes,
But we
yes,
don't.
should.
We don't see it anywhere.
That
That's
is
the
actually
problem.
that is actually
Yeah.
the definition of global, by the way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because the water
Yeah.
literally would have covered anything, everything, right?
What's
So
wrong
there's
with
really
their
a
arms?
global
Their
flood, we should
arms
see
are
the
work
evidence.
wrong.
Well, and I never understood why it's the Grand Canyon is
Is she
the evidence of a global flood. Where is the global evidence? It just seems like American evangelicals found a big hole in the ground, and they just said, "Oh, there it is." But where's the global evidence, right? I'll even grant you a local evidence, okay? But you do not have a global evidence, even if I grant you the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Can you just go back literally 2 seconds, Dave? Why do their arms bend wrong?
Global flood everywhere we look. Because the water literally
It's
would have covered
elbows.
everything,
What's that all
right?
about?
So if there's really a global flood, we should see
You
the
look at
evidence
that.
everywhere.
Arms don't bend like that.
So a lot of water.
I don't want to
A
go
little
in
bit of time.
It's sleeping on the ground all the time. You disfigures you. Camping is great until you have to sleep on the ground at night, and then it sucks.
You got an airbed for that.
That sucks.
No, no, I always enjoyed that.
No, not my favorite part of the camping episode. So, going on, bro, Joe? How you doing?
Well,
hey, bro, Joe.
Fold up into nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Avesta. Yeah, America's the whole world to the American evangelicals. So
There you go.
you never hear anything but the Grand
Please.
Canyon and Mount St. Helens. You never hear anything about any other continent with look at all this evidence for a flood. Not even from Ken Ham, who comes from Australia. Where's all the flood evidence in Australia, right? You never hear it. Grand Canyon, Grand Canyon, Grand Canyon.
Grift. That's the count.
That explain the Grand Canyon?
Why is that?
Well, my question for you, my first question is, who has more evidence? The scientist that looks at the Grand Canyon and says, little bit of water, long time? Or the scientist that looks at the Grand Canyon and says, whole lot of water, really short time?
All right, I've got the answer for this.
Oh, I'm glad to hear
Anybody
this.
out there right now, punch up a satellite image of where the Colorado ends into the ocean, and you will find a whole lot of fine silt. You will not find a debris field. No boulders, no debris field. You will find fine silt. So, by that observation alone, it is a long time wearing down the rock to carry it off as fine silt. That's my answer.
Well, the path of the Colorado River also completely debunks what she's saying. It goes and it meanders, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it does a 360.
Yeah.
It comes along, goes all the way around, and it's very beautiful. But somebody asked the Hawaiian shirt guy about that. It might have been Ian. You can ask him when you talk to him. And I think he dodged it. That where's the straight? Or it might have been Mama. It might have been Mama. Anyway, where it should be a straight shot, right? You have a big, supposedly.
Anyway. It's nothing.
Yeah, this. I guess it's when all the floodwaters drained away, and it's that much water to break away all that rock is going to be in a straight line. So like Joe said, you don't have a straight line. It meanders all over the place. And the ultimate thing is,
an ice age now, Dave.
well, they compare it to other disasters. And if you look at the other disasters they talk about, like Mount St. Helens, you will find a debris field, right? There's no debris field with the Grand Canyon. So, sorry, all the observational, they want observational. The observational evidence is go to the end of that river and find me the boulders. If you can't find any boulders, it was over a long, slow period of time.
Yeah, there's sediment there that shows history.
Oh, it's massive. It's a satellite image. You know what I mean? It's huge. It's just all these fingers of silt going out into the whatever bay or whatever the waterway is there.
The hypocrisy that takes place here, because all along it's been about, well, nobody has directly observed this thing. And then whenever it comes to the flood geology, we don't observe anything that points to that uniquely at all. In fact, most evidence shows that cannot be the case. And yet they're completely fine with saying, well, it was this way, even though no one observed that, no one observes anything related to that. They just make this up as they go, usually all based on stupid stuff that Stephen Austin said.
Well, also just to notice,
Stephen Hawkins.
Just to notice that, like the equivocation between saying a lot of water in a short time or a little bit of water over a long time, that's just measuring the different types of water. You know, they're just basically saying, look, it's the same amount of water. But the salient question is not if it's the same amount of water, it's what would you expect to see if it was done over a long period of time to over a short period of time, as you're saying, Dave.
Yeah.
A boulder field is one good example of that at the end of the course, right?
Amber says that's true. The Colorado's Delta is one of the largest in the world. That's a lot of sediment, for fine silt sediment.
Yes. That's why the Grand Canyon is one of the modern day wonders of the world.
Savage is right too. Yeah, it's very odd that it works out that way, isn't it?
You have to deny several whole branches of science for this to be true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I say, the end of it is fine silt. So you just want a general observation about doing anything else. I've asked this many times, and we have satellite imagery, and anybody can do it now. Pop it up, find the big boulders and everything that would have happened from something cataclysmic, because when they compare it to cataclysmic events, when you look at photos of those, you will see things like boulders or some kind of a debris field.
Even in England, you can turn over most pebbles on a pebbly beach and find trilobites fossils in them.
The limestone there disproves this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they don't like the limestone layers.
The limestone cliffs. What are they? Cliffs of
Dover.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Nephilim 3 saying, yeah, but what about the geological column?
Yeah. Again, whole branches of science.
What do you think has more evidence?
I put my money with a whole lot of water guy.
All right, so Pastor votes lots of water. Anybody agree with Pastor Larson?
Yeah, lots of water, definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah,
everybody agree.
Passing grade. No, I'm just kidding.
Anybody think a little bit of water a long time?
Yeah, of course.
A lot of people like all the geologists. Now, see, there's the thing. Yeah, everybody has the same amount of evidence. Yes, but what is your expertise of the evidence? And what do your peers say? And what do their peers say?
Well, it's not just that, but whenever you're talking about evidence and you're forming conclusions, you need evidence that points to one conclusion to the exclusion of others, and borrowing evidence from what we know as geology and erosion and that stuff, taking that and then saying it points to this other thing doesn't get you anywhere unless you at some point have evidence that uniquely points to that conclusion. They don't have any of that. They just make up different conclusions.
Yeah, they're missing that part, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm still pushed out why her arms don't comport to normal bone structure. Maybe she's an angel.
Yeah, but
It might have something to do with how drunk you are and how you're seeing it.
Probably.
This is what they don't. This is why they keep misunderstanding.
No,
This
comparing
is-
to the Jewish, right?
This is why they.
Oh,
This is why
I
they-
know when he's drunk.
Look at the wingspan on this lady.
Yeah, this is why they. This is why they keep misunderstanding the scientific method. It's about
Yeah.
what you would expect to see under different hypotheses, right? And she's trying to present two hypotheses, and she's not talking about what you would expect to see under both or either hypothesis,
Right.
right?
She's
So
doing it
that is not a scientific comparison at all.
She's post hoc rationalizing the existing evidence to fit her preconceived beliefs.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly the way to put it. Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
And I see Crystal out there. Everybody say hello to Crystal, our favorite
What's up,
mod.
PC,
Crystal.
my hero?
Always on the job. Thank you very much, Crystal.
Hello, Crystal.
The layers are there. Both scientists are looking at the exact same layers of rock. The fossils are there. They're both looking at the exact same fossils, right? The evidence is the same, but it's their perspective coming into it,
Wrong.
right? It's
Wrong.
Well, here's another argument that I've never ever heard before. Joe, have we never heard this argument reviewing AIG material?
This is why post hoc rationalization is my favorite term.
how we look at the world and interpret the world. Now that takes me to a different question, because we're already talking about science. So what then is science?
Oh God.
Oh no, I know this one. Pastor,
you know this one?
Yeah. The pastor told us what this one was. He said, I can't remember what he said. Something about observation and experiment.
Experimentation. Yes.
And basically, he said also observation is empirical. So any empirical data, right, which conforms to your hypothesis.
Is this going to match?
I have no idea. I don't think so. But
No.
We'll see.
Come on, everybody. What does everybody think? Is she going to match?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, she'll never have a match on Tinder.
We're talking about reality versus bullshit right now.
I mean, Pastor Larson's been telling you what religion is, right?
You know.
Well, he told us what science was as well.
Well, he does do apologetics about the Jesus stuff, but as he pointed out, evolution comes up as the most often question, more than the people ask about Jesus. Apparently, they get asked about evolution. So,
well, evolution is something that's been proven, and just like the flood is quite easily to show that it didn't happen. Like it's even bad, just with logic, it's like bad. Where did the water come from? Where did it go? Just like cut and eye do.
Also, evolution is bad though. It's evil and all kind of things that I don't understand why they have a problem with it.
Here's
all natural things are evil.
Here's the
barcode guy before this video, or the last video, the barcode guy, basically wrote on the bullshit. The right whiteboard and just showed he was ignorant of all sorts of science. Even though he says he's a scientist, he was a prick.
Well, that's what we're questioning: is if he's ignorant or if he's intentionally being misleading. And that's anybody can be ignorant. You can't fault somebody for being ignorant. Although I can fault somebody for not being prepared to give a presentation or to be teaching something. But if it's intentional, then that's where we have a problem. Once again, why we're looking and trying to call these things out. And when we look at the other side, as we are doing this evening, these are the things that we are seeing, and these are things we have heard before.
The question, if you're a theist, it's intentional.
Right.
The question I always ask whenever they start talking about the same kinds of evidence is, if we take the Bible out of this, at any point does what you're calling evidence point to that? Would you ever come to that conclusion minus the Bible? And you wouldn't. You would never look at the Grand Canyon on its own and say, oh, that leads me to think a worldwide flood happened. That never happens with these things. And anytime you can ask that question, and it's like, no reasonable person would come to that conclusion minus the Bible. And that's how you know that post hoc rationalization is how they're getting there.
Nothing about the what is it, the topography, is that the right word? Nothing about that speaks a cataclysmic event. It just doesn't. Like we've pointed out, look at the satellite imagery, okay? And anybody that asks these questions, we get satellite imagery now. It's fully accessible. Use it. Go to one of these programs and look, okay? It not only meanders everywhere, but there's all kind of fingers that went all over a wide area. It's not just what she's trying to point out of one river cutting it through like that. There was a lot of stuff going on.
Dave and I share in a method for dealing with this, because she says a worldwide flood, and we have this evidence that points to it. Well, replace worldwide flood with anything. Bigfoot with a shovel did it. See, that's how he would do it. Like,
all hail Bigfoot.
Yeah, there's
all hail Bigfoot.
Aliens did it. See, you can see aliens with lasers did it. That's what it would look like.
Oh,
we have the same evidence.
Isn't that
you're going into flat earth territory now.
Didn't Paul Bunyan explain that at one time?
Exactly.
Was either him or his big ox made a hole for some reason, wasn't it?
Yep. Big Blue.
Yeah.
Okay, so
hello, native. Good to see you.
We can all basically say that religion is one big conspiracy theory.
Man.
But just to get back,
they want it to be a conspiracy theory. I think is what you mean.
I think that's
go ahead, Simos.
Well, just to get back to this, she's about to tell us what science is according to her, and I want to see whether she agrees with Pastor Dave or whatever his name is.
Okay.
But what's science?
When
you go to your science class, what are you doing?
Learning about
the bendy elbows.
Yeah, so science is a really good way of looking closely at the physical creation, right? Whether it's the Earth, like the planet Earth, and all that goes into that, or our physical bodies that are also created, right? It's a really good way at looking creation. When people say they're doing science or they're looking at something scientifically,
now she's just begging the question again.
Yeah, I'll grant her looking at something is observation. So we're okay so far.
Well, no, we're not. We're not okay.
It's starting to drift, though.
We're not okay. She used the word creation, which she's going to imply means there must be a creator.
Yeah, that's poisoning the well.
That's just another fallacy, I'm afraid to say, because we have a colloquial meaning for creation, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's done by an entity, right? So she's going to take this, what we call nomological view of the word, and it might not be that. I mean, it might not be that. It might be.
To be fair, she should be putting in. She should be putting in something like "we believe." Add that little caveat.
I'm pretty
to
sure
it.
You can say creation, but it doesn't follow that is done by an intentional agent. That's the bit that doesn't follow, right? So when she says creator, right, the only things we have as creators right? Or we associate as creators of people like artists, right? But that doesn't mean that something like a mudslide doesn't create a mud plane. It does. It creates a mud plane. So is the mudslide a creator that created the mud plane?
Oh, God did it.
Yeah.
He
You
just
see what I
sapped
mean?
it.
That's
He's
all I'm
just
pointing
saying-
out. Is that
Oh,
she thinks she's excluding any natural processes in
Yeah.
saying this, but it doesn't exclude it.
Well,
It's
dog
just
hasn't.
it's just a
Dog-
linguistic turn that everybody accepts. You know.
Dog, you haven't learned anything yet. Pay attention.
She
Bigfoot did
intentionally inserted the word
Bigfoot
creator.
did it.
Everything.
It presupposes a creator.
Being an atheist, I have to admit, being an atheist
Hard work.
is hard work. Yes, it's very hard work.
Yes,
What
Savage.
makes
She will say it.
Doing science may be different from some of the other subjects in school. Language arts, reading a poem.
There's a lot more hands-on. It's all around you.
Yeah, it's very, again, kind of going back to that physical, it's hands-on, right? We're making direct observation, right? It's something I can
Not
see.
always.
It's something I can
No,
touch.
you mean
Not
no
at all,
observation.
Oh, whoa. Did you see that? She disappeared and came back again.
Yeah, poetry is
Wow.
not hands-on, right? Poetry is an abstract art,
Yeah.
right? It's conceptual.
Yeah, like philosophy.
You can't tell me that her diploma isn't from a diploma mill and have me believe it. There's no way.
Well, when they do this though, and anytime a teacher does this, it's always tough when they're putting people on the spot like this. Yeah, we'll give it a little room here.
Anybody know the name of that method we used?
What's her name? Do you know?
Stacy.
Stacy, yeah, Stacy.
Well, I mean, last name. Did they give it?
They did give it, yeah. I can't remember what it is though.
Stacy way beyond.
Lewin, something like that. Mike, are you still out there? Mike in the chat. I know Mike can look it up.
Yeah.
Mike's always down with the text.
I would be interested to look up her credentials.
At the beginning it does say it, Joe.
Yeah, I'll go back and check it out later.
It will be religious.
Yeah, and supposedly she has a dissertation out there, so you might be able to find that too. So
that's probably what her book is. That's how Kent Hovind did it.
Could be. He said when he introduced her that she had it in her hand, so she must be proud of it.
Scientific method, yeah, the scientific method. So what is that?
Yay.
Right? We observe things, and we make hypotheses. What is that word?
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, sometimes we call it educated guess, right? It's educated. We're not just saying, we're not just kind of spouting off some random possibility,
No.
right? We're observing the world around us, and we're using all of this evidence from
No,
our...
we're not religious.
Yeah. This is...
Come on,
She seems drunk.
You looking at her,
little
dog?
bit. A little bit. Yeah.
I'm drunk, but I see her as a drunk person. She's using her arms. I'm using my arms. You can't even see me. I'm using my hands, and I'm pissed. But
She might have.
I've
She,
been in a pub all day. But
she probably had a rough night camping, sleeping on the ground.
she's well. I'm just saying she's basically me talking bullshit. Well, I talk bullshit all the time. That's me. But hey. Well, that's what
You'd be a good Christian. You talk a lot of bullshit.
She's drunk right there. Or she's high, or whatever she's on, she is high.
She's on Jesus, dude.
High on Jesus.
High on Jesus.
Come up with hypotheses, we test them, right? We have some sort of rigorous method. We try to control for things that we don't want to interfere.
Yeah,
We test it,
girl.
right? We decide, does this support my hypothesis? Does it not? You know, if it supports it, then maybe we do another experiment, right? We try to get more support for our theory. Something you might not know is that science is all about falsifiability, though. It's not about getting the right answer.
Yeah.
Science is always about trying to find something that disproves your idea.
Can I quickly just put
All
in
right, we'll
and
give
say,
you that. We'll
you
give you
have to
that
be
one.
in a bar or
The vagueness is okay for kids.
we call them here, and seen a drunk girl talking like this.
I don't know. I don't
At least
go.
I've seen
I
a
don't
dog
go to those
talk
kind
like
of
this.
places.
Oh, fuck you, Peter.
Maybe in some seedy alley
me too.
somewhere. No, but I'll give her that one though.
This woman on stage here, and she's not filling in the bullshit right whiteboard. Why
well,
is
she's
that
doing
happening?
she was doing all right though. She got that one right. So we'll see how she's gonna blow
Yeah,
it though. We know she's gonna blow
Proper.
it. So.
Right? And so that's what Einstein did. He was always trying to find the one thing that would disprove his idea. And that's how science continues to build and build and build.
That's what
It does-
scientists do.
No, and more no. Okay, Einstein was the theoretical scientist. That's slightly
Yes.
different.
Yeah.
He's not an experimental scientist. He wasn't trying to disprove his hypothesis as such.
Yes, he did. Oh, I meant you to say this. Because Einstein did his math, and these bits in his maths were black holes. And he couldn't work that out, so he tried to disprove his hypothesis all day long. And so did Stephen Hawking when it came to dark matter. That's what scientists do.
Well, you need to have falsifiability. That's the thing. When you don't have
Falsifiability, yeah.
but whether you can do it or not, as
Einstein
I've pointed out
always
before, sometimes the technology has to catch up, and you have to just wait for the future to bring the technology to even confirm some of these things. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, but Einstein always doubted his maths because of these things that became black holes.
Yeah,
which have been proven now. Einstein was everybody ever scientists trying to disprove his math always prove Einstein more right than anyone. He's probably the cleverest person on the planet.
Well, a lot of times, we also know they'll pick on Darwin, and Darwin does that in his book. He'll say, "Well, if I'm right or if I'm wrong, then this or that," right? So,
well, he's always disproved right. It's what famous scientists do. And
it doesn't work under these conditions. So now I have to refine and shift my idea just a little bit.
You're just full of shit.
So science's goal is to be objective, to observe the world, for me to stand back. Have any of you ever written
we hope so, at least.
Do you ever use words like I, me, or my in a lab report? You shouldn't. Right? When you get to college and high school, you can't. I teach my students these are banned words. We don't use personal pronouns. In fact, we always write in the passive voice in science lab reports. We say.
All right, so she is a science teacher. So
yeah, but she is every drunk woman you meet in a bar.
But so was Kent Hovind.
Oh,
keep that in mind.
I don't know. Every time somebody tries to look or something, they can't find any record of him being a teacher, as far as a teacher goes. So
but it was probably not on a school that was on the books or whatever.
The Sunday school teacher thing isn't actually on the books with any Board of Education books or anything like that.
Kent Hovind is a young earth creationist who believes a pine tree can't poop out a dog or
you believe you're related to a pine tree.
Whatever he says.
You believe you're related to a banana.
You did.
Oh
my God. You got a good Kent.
No, Kent Hovind is probably the biggest science denier on the internet.
You believe your grandpa was an amoeba.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, was added to the beaker.
I went to
writing
Kent
in passive
Hovind
voice
phase
because you can add the words by zombies.
Put Mendes' voice up.
Water was added to the beaker by zombies.
Hello, Rabbit Atheist.
Voice. It's like it happens by magic. Why do we write like that? Because science is about being a detached observer and just looking at the world around you, right? And that's how we try to discover quote unquote truth in science, right?
Uh-oh, air quotes.
What is political science?
We're in trouble. The air quotes just came out. That's always a sign.
Can any of us really do that? Detach ourselves, just observe the world with none of our biases, with none of our assumptions,
you
none of our beliefs.
Because you're
Just
Crips
observe
here.
the world and come up with some ideas.
That is what the peer review process is for, of course.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But what is political science? I don't get that.
I don't.
What?
Did she say political science?
That's what she said. Political science.
I
You're
didn't hear
all
it.
involved in political science. Is that a sort of screen to say
that's the
we're all
media?
indoctrinated?
Yeah, that's the media boogeyman. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
So political science isn't.
We can try. Can we do that?
That's what she's slipping in, probably.
So remember, science is about interpretation.
I'll be slipping
too.
something into
The
it.
evidence is
Never
the
mind.
same, but the interpretation is different. If you look at the Grand Canyon and you have no concept of a creator who loves you, who designed this world for the benefit of humanity, the pinnacle of his creation, right? Those he loves, you're going to see that evidence from a very different perspective from somebody that's looking at the exact same evidence and saying, I know that my Redeemer lives, right? To say it that way.
Your
Or I do
Redeemer
have faith in
and
the God
Creator
who
is
created
too
me. And I see
busy
his fingerprints in the world
killing
around.
fucking babies in Africa.
So that's just to kind
Right.
of give you a
Well, I often bring up the la worm. I really believe that's how you pronounce it. It spends its life eating out eyeballs, and anybody that created that was
what
pretty twisted in their thinking. I think anybody would agree. And if there's a reason that we don't understand or something, fine and well, but it's still in our reality seems a cruel thing to invent. To sit, as Mike said earlier, sitting down at the workbench with the micro tweet. What was it? Holy tweezers? Is that what we were calling them?
Zircon encrusted, I believe your phrase was.
Zircon encrusted. Absolutely, they have to be zircon encrusted. And to sit down and design this thing that it's going to spend its life eating eyeballs, right? You have to understand why we have a problem with that when you're saying, oh, look at the beautiful flowers, right? And then you have to look at if you grab that flower the wrong way and pierce yourself with the thorn and it has the wrong germ on it, and now suddenly you're in the emergency room.
She hasn't said anything.
Yeah, but we've seen references like this in films where God is the guy with the microscope that is pointing it against ants.
Yeah.
Burning ants with a microscope. We've seen all this. It means nothing. It's meaningless.
Well, and that's the philosophical argument of God wants to commune with us. And it's like, what would God talk to us about? Oh, yeah, it would be like us talking to ants, right? What would the communication possibly be like, right?
But if it's an all-powerful God,
probably in the side chat, you
an all-powerful
answer away.
An all-powerful, all-knowing God would know how.
Go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, an all-powerful and all-knowing God would know how to communicate with us in a way that we would understand and accept. A perfect being communicating imperfectly with us is kind of a contradiction. The God fails at that, and it's one of the major arguments against the existence of the Christian God. It leads to divine hiddenness.
Yeah, is the failure on us, or is it the failure on God for not convincing us? Right?
Absolutely, that's what they say. But
when you hear people say things, or when we talk about things in science, we are sometimes looking at the same evidences, right? But we have to put all scientists, and if they're honest, all scientists will admit this, they're putting an interpretive lens on what they're looking at or what they're discovering.
Pause.
Kind of the glasses we pick.
Yeah, you need
That's
to write
the
on the
opposite.
right side the bullshit whiteboard, Mr. Bendy Arm Lady.
That's the opposite of what
Mr.
science does. Science, whenever they're trying to come to conclusions, they lay down their biases and let the evidence lead to the conclusion. Let it take them where it goes. She is advocating for, no, we need to have this conclusion and interpret the science through that conclusion. That is wrong and the opposite of how science works.
Exactly.
Hello, John. How you doing?
Sorry, I rambled.
Sounds like
Hey, John.
sounds like a great day.
Hey, John.
Up and look at those evidences. All right. Gosh, that was a lot of talking. It's your turn. So
Yeah, it was a lot of talking. Any guesses on the bingo card here?
You should actually make bingo cards. There's this website where you can do that.
Deconverted man made me one up, but I didn't know how to. Yeah, it was on a thingy, and I have to get it off of there. And but I have one. It's in the plan. We will have a bingo card coming up.
There's a website where everybody can just log in or go there and put in the code for the bingo cards, and they get a random bingo card.
Right.
It's real fun.
I think Al does that too, so I'm going to ask him. So yeah, that is in the plan. We'll have a bingo card.
Dr. Tapioca Weasel has a site where you can set it up.
Okay, cool.
you guys have heard in science class that you say maybe, well, what about this? How does this fit with God creating the world in 7 days and just speaking it into existence from nothing? Do any of you have any questions that come up in science class? Or a documentary you've heard?
What about dinosaurs?
Pause. Why did Jesus come up in this analogy of a hearse? He's like 2,000, 3,000 years beyond God creating the earth. Why did Jesus come into this?
Well,
that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, they put Jesus as the creator, so you got to back it up even more.
Well, no, that's certain Christianity. It says Jesus was God.
Right. That's what it is. So it's interchangeable with creator.
Yeah. Okay, I get that.
If the earth was created in 7 days, less than 10,000 years ago, how do we talk about dinosaurs? Well, how does your science class talk about them?
Here we
They
go.
got off 65 million years
Okay,
ago.
dinosaurs existed before humanity. Something like 65 million years, most of them died out.
There we go. Where's it going, Joe? Where's it going?
Good.
Just gonna say it now.
Is there any evidence that dinosaurs didn't
You weren't there.
die out 65 million years ago?
No.
This is actually a really interesting current project.
Her first name's Mary.
Called iDino.
Oh,
so
Mary
I'll share
Schwapper.
a couple of things about dinosaurs.
Do they all do this?
One of the evidence.
She still looks and acts like the junk
CMI has put out a half a dozen videos with a half a dozen different people in them, all very recently doing the C14 and diamonds thing.
Lying about Mary Schweitzer's work.
They latch onto these things and they go over and over and over. And yeah, C14 and diamonds, C14 and fossils. And it's like, to quote Potholer, one of my favorite content creators, and everybody watch the volume in their headsets. This is quoting Potholer. There's no organic material left in there to test. Okay, got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Potholer is well spoken, and he doesn't raise his voice. But the one time he did was when he yells, "There's no organic material left to test in there."
Well, there's a bigger question there. Why, if you find a fossil in a layer that dates back 65 million years, why would you be testing with carbon-14, which only tests 1,000 years to begin with?
Well,
you're asking.
They found a piece of wood. They found a piece of wood that's in a layer that's millions of years old, and then they're testing it with carbon dating on the piece of wood, and it's giving them crazy numbers, and they're saying, "See, it doesn't work," and it's like, that's because it's millions of years old, and it only goes back to, at a stretch, maybe 80,000 years on carbon dating. So
is the max on carbon-14.
Yeah. So sorry, of course you're getting screwball numbers. And as somebody mentioned earlier,
they age bits of rock or whatever. They can do that now by. I'm pretty sure it's from carbon-14, but they just moved on from that. That's science for you.
No,
hey, religious.
Yeah.
Well, the method of determining the age depends on what age range you're looking for.
Well, no. I mean, yes and no.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Hope everybody appreciates my voice. And speaking of my great voice that I hear, I love the compliments on my voice. I really appreciate them.
You have a great voice. I have to admit that.
My great voice would ask you to make sure you subscribe to my channel, and also subscribe at the Grassman Chronicles, where we explore cryptids, and we have a lot of interesting discussions exploring otherworldly claims other than religious ones over there. And I would appreciate it.
Your voice is deep and competent.
You know, I'm like a lot of people. I always thought my voice sounded terrible, or I guess nobody likes the way their voice sounds. But
you're probably an arsehole in real life.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Your voice, is good.
So can I comment on radiometric
I
dating?
didn't hear Mrs. Desk laughing from the other room, so I must be all right.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, man.
So radiometric dating, we have several different methods, carbon-14 being one of them. If you came across something that you wanted to date and you had no other indications of how old it was, you could start with carbon-14 dating. But we have other methods like uranium, lead, and potassium, argon, and strontium, and the argon. There's tons of ways to do it.
Yeah.
And some of these methods you can use to confirm the other method that you've used. So if you start with carbon-14, but then you use multiple other methods that then confirm that one of them is more likely correct, then you can test other things around where you found whatever artifact. But whenever it comes to finding fossils, we have layers, and we've dated those layers with index fossils so that we know a range of about where it should be. But something like uranium lead dating gives you millions of years to deal with. Some of them give you billions of years. So there's ways to exclude carbon-14 as the right method. If you're looking at dinosaur bones, yes, we do start with the assumption that they died out 65 million years ago. But the thing of that is, even if that's wrong, still carbon-14 is so far off from that it just isn't the right tool for the job.
And it was done on things that were alive.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
but
every time, and diamonds are a creationist best friend. Diamonds have carbon. Where do the herds of diamonds roam? Where do the flocks of diamonds fly? Right?
Diamonds do contain carbon-14.
But it's not what carbon-14 dating is for. It's for things that were alive.
Well, Right, because there's a
We've got
certain
beyond carbon-14 dating now. We're on
Well,
Right.
beyond that.
there's a certain amount of carbon.
Types of dating, which is it's not ultra accurate, but it is better than carbon-14 dating, and it still puts the Earth beyond 6,000 years old.
Because of the amount of
You
living
can,
things that have lived and died on the Earth, the ground contains carbon-14 everywhere, pretty much.
Absolutely, yeah.
Diamonds are formed from. They begin as what was organic material, usually coal, which is from dead forests and things that once lived, which is compressed and heated over time.
But there's the organics though are
enjoy.
The organic part though is what is not there, and it's not there in dinosaur fossils either.
Right? No,
that's the big difference.
Carbon-14 is just the wrong tool. It wouldn't, even if it was, it wouldn't tell you the right date.
Carbon-14 is good, but we've gone beyond that now. But the likes of dinosaur fossils should prove that the Earth is more than 6,000 years old. Surely, I'm not going beyond that. Every natural history museum in the world, and every country has them.
And anything they find inside the fossil doesn't change the date of the fossil, and they're pushing the argument that it does when it doesn't.
Only religion argues.
That's what she's going to do. Watch, here it comes.
Recently found in dinosaur bones from kind of some areas in Montana, actually, and they actually are digging them out of some pretty wet ground. So when things sit in like wet, moist, outdoor conditions.
And that's not true. They brought them from very ideal dry conditions. That
doesn't know what a fossil is.
Well, she again totally misrepresenting the findings. These things were kept in when they find these soft tissues in these fossils, which are fossilized soft tissues. These things are not what she's trying to represent them to be. Well, that's the problem.
Dave, are you saying that this woman with wobbly arms is misrepresenting reality?
Yes.
That's the problem. And the problem is, to point out again, before she even starts talking about it, I'm already well aware of what Mary Schweitzer's.
She's in trouble already.
Well, Mary Schweitzer herself, and I have in one of my maybe more than one of my videos, I have the clip of Mary Schweitzer herself refuting these things and saying in a BioLogos interview that creationists are misrepresenting her work, and she's disappointed in her peers, especially religious leaders that are giving people misinformation.
Okay.
What tends to happen to them? They kind of start to decay and degrade, right? It's not great conditions to preserve something if you wanted to preserve something.
She still looks like a drug woman.
Well, a group of scientists from the Creation Research Society down in Arizona, well, they weren't the first ones to do it. The first person to do it was actually a secular scientist who believed that dinosaurs died out 65 million years ago. Her name was Mary Schlesinger.
She got the name wrong.
She doesn't know what a fossil is.
And she got her name wrong. I can understand if she slipped or whatever, but she doesn't correct herself as far as I know. So again, prepare a little better. Her name is Schweitzer, not Schlesinger.
Well, yeah, she's confusing it with the tennis company, presumably.
She's actually playing a dishonest trick.
Soft tissue in dinosaur bones. Soft tissue meaning the bone cells, and they were still pliable.
No.
Almost
they were fossil.
Pliable, like
they made a rock.
Saran wrap or something.
Idiot.
You can kind of move them a little bit, right?
He thinks they're actual
soft tissue that should have disintegrated in thousands of years. And no way should it last millions of years. And she didn't.
And here's the confusion when they say, it's fossilized. And soft tissue means not bone. Okay. So these other things that aren't bone, they call soft tissue. Sometimes soft tissue, like a stomach, will fossilize with the content still inside. However, usually these things do not fossilize. So soft tissue fossils are special. However, though, they are still fossilized. They are what they're misrepresenting is that somehow this is still tissue, and it is not. It is fossilized.
So
exactly. It's just like when they put, they'll put in a natural history museum, their forecourt, they'll put a T-Rex. That's
my understanding was that it was something like it was the shell of a blood cell that had been fossilized.
That's what it is. It's not a full. It's not a complete bone.
Go ahead, Simos.
What they found.
Go ahead, Simos.
Yeah. So I don't know what I was saying actually, but it's the remnants. Structure. It's the structure of the outside of a blood cell that was fossilized.
Right.
Exactly.
So it's not even soft tissue. I mean, it's just it's just wrong on so many levels here.
And
there's an interview with Mary. What's her name again?
Schweitzer.
I keep thinking of Schlesinger now. I don't know why.
Mary
Schweitzer. Yeah. There's an interview that she did. There's an interview that she did specifically on the claims that creationists have been making on her work to disprove and say how wrong they are.
Yep.
So.
And she's been on numerous channels, including with Apologia, I think more than once. So if you want to know what Mary says, just type it in a YouTube search. It'll come up. She's been on numerous channels talking about it.
Will you highlight Vesta Freya's comment there? That's where this comes from.
Right.
And this is the part that they misrepresent. It wasn't found pliable. Whenever fossilization occurs, it's mineralization, right? The organic material is swapped out for the minerals, and so you get the structure that resembles whatever it was before. They soaked that in acid to make it pliable.
Correct.
And it was cell walls, I believe, like Simos said. But there's no
science.
This is a complete misrepresentation and lie about Mary Schweitzer's work. And I think eventually she's going to have to take legal action on this, because they continue to use her work to spread science disinformation.
And this is, if this person is a science communicator, then this is straight dishonesty. The other guy I could put down to incompetence, right? But this is not her being incompetent. This is her being dishonest.
She's a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't believe what she.
And by the way, this is nothing new.
Then this is a lie.
Yeah, Mary's been saying no to these things for at least 10 years, I think. So this is nothing new. And these videos are not 10 years old. So again, I have to say, shame on you for not spending a few minutes, looking these things up, maybe seeing what Mary has to say. If you do a simple search, it comes right up. It's not hard to find.
Yeah, but the problem is, if they do that and they represent her correctly, it won't fit with their narrative.
Yeah.
And we know it's all about their narrative.
Mary is a religious bobblehead, and
Mary is a Christian, so they they can't use
these flat earthers. You can fly them up in the earth in a glass spaceship.
Yeah, but I think
the spaceship was made of GoPros. They will always say that it's GoPros.
Yeah, but Doc, I think there is a very big difference between somebody being religious and being a young Earth creationist.
Mary.
There's a real big difference.
So Mary, I believe, was a young Earth creationist, but as she learned science and didn't say no, 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 but actually learned it, she left her young earth beliefs behind while still being a Christian. And yeah, she is not one of the evil atheist scientists out there. She is still a believer.
Yeah, God created Earth 5 billion years ago.
And while
I think that might be
science.
That might be some of the motivation as to why she doesn't take legal action. By the way,
Could be.
Yeah, probably.
Might be. I'm speculating there, of course.
And once again, we want to point out that Mary is a believer, and Mary does good science. There's no conflict with doing good science. The conflict is when you're openly rejecting or misrepresenting what somebody's research was. That's a big no-no, and even Mary herself is very disappointed in her religious peers for doing so. So shame on you for Mary.
Found. So she's like, oh, I'm not going to share that finding. She went back and tried it again. She found it again. And she published a paper. And one of the first things somebody said to her was, the creation scientists are going to love you.
Sorry, can I just stop that?
Because they realized.
Yeah, she just said she found it the first time and she went, oh, no, I don't want that. And she went back and tried it again. No. Science is supposed to be repeatable.
Yeah.
So of course, she may have doubted her original findings.
Yeah, I believe the story was she took it to a peer or a superior that said, run it again.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
so
her boss told her to.
She's changing the narrative and just to fit her story. And I think the first part of her be saying she's being dishonest is just reinforced by the fact that, look, she's also changing this part of the narrative as well in order to fit her story. And she needn't do that.
Yeah, well,
she could say, and this would still represent her story. Oh no, Mary did it again because she didn't, believe that the narrative of evolution is right. And now she found out the same thing, and look, it still turns out to be 6,000 years.
Is it not the same as saying?
She's changing the narrative there. The fact she's changing the narrative there. That's what tells me she's still being dishonest about it, and she knows those aren't the facts.
Absolutely, that's just saying. I've done my science, and although it's correct towards the theists, I just ignore it.
That's the
I'm
problem.
going to ignore that science.
Well,
And
even if she's like, even if she is just, let's say she just doesn't know this, right? If she has the credentials that she claims and is a science educator, she has a responsibility to actually provide the correct facts about this. And even if it's out of ignorance, it's still dishonest in this case because she has that responsibility.
And that's not a scientist's point of view, is it? Really, to be dishonest about the facts is that's not how scientists work.
You have no excuse when you can ask the cube sitting on your shelf these days either, right?
Right.
Yes.
You're really, you're putting us in a very difficult place to give you any benefit of the doubt when you can just, as far as most of us go, I know I do. If I say the name, the little thing's going to go blink. What question do you have, right? I can just ask, I can sit here and I can just ask into the air a question. And this little magic box on my shelf gives me an answer. Okay. That is how lazy they are being. And I have to find that very disheartening. Okay.
I don't think it's lazy. I just think it's dishonest.
It's not, I mean, you don't even have to type.
They know the facts.
Forget going to a library or anything. Forget even having to hit any keys. Okay, you can kick back in your lazy boy and just ask the box on your shelf. They won't do that. They won't do that.
Even if she doesn't know, she knows better than representing science without looking at it. She knows what this says. She knows she's lying.
And if she's a teacher, she has access to better materials than most people do anyway. So she has even less of an excuse.
She's either slanderous
and a lot of
or
things,
incompetent. or both?
Yeah, and a lot of things that are behind paywalls, like if you're a teacher or a student, the paywall is or significantly less or not even there.
Yeah.
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 But most
So-
betrayers
It's
of
even-
most betrayers of religion know they are lying. They're just making up whatever shit they can to
It's kind of
fill
shit.
up that cup or that
Don't
passing
do
out
it.
plate of cash.
And see, and once again, we're looking at the other side, and no,
Yes.
these are not big name people. However, I will challenge anybody that says I should have picked somebody that has a big name, like, Jason Lyle always comes to
Yeah,
mind because he's a big name. But any of these ones, they're going to use the same thing. They're going to say, "Oh, well, Mary Schweitzer." They're going to say the same things. So if I'm wrong, show me that they're saying something other than the same things that she's presenting.
I mean, she's
Yeah,
making
also,
this argument.
I think,
AIG
like-
makes it all the time.
Yeah, but I also think if you go for the smaller people, like this shows more what your average young Earth creationist will believe.
Yeah.
And not as much what the big few want you to believe. So I think it's
This is what gets spread around. Yeah.
yeah, this is what stuck, what everybody picked up from the big ones.
Right.
So I actually think it's not a bad thing to look at the smaller channels.
I think you should.
Yeah, I think it's better to look at.
Knock anyone who believes in God. If that's what gets you out of bed in the morning to live your life, then you crack on with it. That's
Wrong is wrong.
Theory.
Yeah, but like that's as long as you don't force it on anybody or aren't teaching bullshit like this.
No, you're right, Prentice.
Like my parents are religious. Like I'm like, yeah, if that gives you a good feeling, then fucking go for it.
People knock on my door and I've told them to fuck off because what are you talking about, you idiot? What do you feel? Why do you believe in this shit? And but these are the American
just so you know,
religions that
this
come
channel
over
has
to the UK,
this channel has
And the American-
19 subscribers. So
Mm.
if you can find a smaller channel,
Yeah, no, but like,
and
No,
maybe stop
yeah.
by and
Fair
give them
play.
a sub. We do appreciate the material on that, and of course, always be kind in your comments or anything. We appreciate these people to do these videos and to review them, and we with the best intentions, really. We would rather you not use these really bad arguments that the person themselves has refuted and then suggest that we don't know what's going on from the quote other side. Okay. It's pretty bad. And again, I don't care what apologist on what level or what size audience or how many books they wrote you find. It's the same thing. We hear it all over the place. And we do. One of the jokes that a lot of us on YouTube make is that as sorry as we are for the audience to having to hear this, we watched it more than you did, right? And if we made a video and we were editing, we watched it over and over and over and over again. And some of these things we learn almost by heart. So I don't want to say I'm insulted, but we do. So at least I do. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I do watch the so-called other side, and I hear it from the smaller channels, and I hear it from the larger channels, and I see it in big, large, best-selling books from a lot of the names. Somebody just cited what's his name, Lee Strobel, the other day or something. Good for him. He sold a lot of books. It still doesn't convince me, though.
The implications of the finding that she made. Since then, it's been duplicated over and over and over again. Soft tissue in dinosaur bones in places where it should have degraded incredibly quickly.
Nobody, that's not the argument. The argument is they found something and Mary proposed a solution to why they found this well preserved. And she says the meme in the iron is a good preservative. And this was a good spot being in the bone to have blood to act as a preservative. So they haven't answered. They're presenting it like, oh, we're stumped. We don't know, oh, what are we going to do? The creationists must be right. No, they have an answer. She's obviously probably not going to give that.
Also wearing the cardigan of God.
Heme, my fault. Did I say meme? Heme? I probably said meme. My bad.
Yeah, I believe you said meme. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's heme from hemoglobin.
I believe that's the wrong thing in women world. Bangs. Maybe I'm wrong, but I believe some people think bangs are just wrong in women.
There is a meme that goes around that says, no matter what you're thinking right now, cutting your bangs won't be good tomorrow, or something like that.
Well, I like.
So then, how do we
ladies?
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends. Yeah.
Explain that, right? Dinosaurs aren't that old now. Did they exist with humans?
Now, see, here we go. The finding in the fossil doesn't change the age of the fossil, but all of a sudden, it does change the age, and it means that dinosaurs are living with people now. You make that complete jump, 65 million years. Yeah,
that jump is God, obviously.
That's a big jump. I mean, even for this tall, lanky built lady here, that's a big jump.
Yeah.
There's a mountain in Texas literally made of coral. And there's no way for that to have formed in that time period. So whenever they say things like this, that, oh, well, this doesn't work and we found this, so could it be that they walked with man? The answer's still no, because there's still literal and figurative mountains of evidence that show that is not the case.
Yeah.
And Vesta has a good point here. If it's only 6,000 years old, then why don't we find soft tissue all the time?
Yeah.
And I've also heard the counter argument too, that if the mammoths are no older than the dinosaurs, which we do find DNA in, why don't we find any dinosaur DNA?
Oh, so, Ken Ham's dinosaur experience, whatever he calls it,
Dino Land.
No,
Dino Adventure.
Land is Hovind.
That's Hovind.
Between Ken Hovind and Ken Ham.
The Ark Encounter is Ken Ham. The Ark Encounter and
Creation. Ark Encounter, or the Creation.
Believe it or not, he claims for flood damage. What the fuck? But he has kids riding on dinosaurs in the Ark.
Oh yeah.
He
has people fighting dinosaurs.
Bullshit.
Does he still have that after that flood?
Oh yeah. It's right down the road from where I live.
Sorry, it's still the best thing to happen.
I live close to the Ark.
The way I heard it is even funnier, because supposedly the flood damage, was a road that washed out. Now the insurance company didn't want to cover it because Ham being cheap, didn't reinforce everything properly when he put this service road in. So it washed out when there was a heavy rain. But it also come to find out that his leaky pond had been saturating the ground.
Yep.
So his leaky pond already had the ground wet. So when it rained, his road washed away. So twice it was his fault that the thing washed away because he was too cheap to
He
do
sued
the pond
insurance
correctly.
companies, too.
Yeah, he did. And he was too cheap to build the road properly. So yeah, ha on him all the way around. And too bad that he lost. I was rooting for the insurance company to not pay him. I really was.
Yeah, he has
If you ever
saddles
go
on
in the Arctic,
dinosaurs.
though, it's also expensive to get in, but it's cheap bullshit all the way
and
in
he's famous for saying that dinosaurs ate watermelons and stuff. It's he's got a dinosaur on a treadmill running a poop elevator in his ark. So
he's got kids
yabba dabba do, right? And we're not supposed to make fun of this stuff though, because then you're making fun of their religion and their God and all Christians and on, and they get the persecution complex. When you putting a plow, when you're putting a plow on a dinosaur and putting it in a children's book, and then you say you can't ridicule us. I'm sorry. You're getting the ridicule, okay? Nobody put a plow on a dinosaur. It's just, this is inviting ridicule. It's inviting it.
Ken Ham's major thing is he always says that you shouldn't add things to what the Bible says. You take the text literally. Yeah, he goes and does all of that. He's included a blacksmith shop that didn't exist, dinosaurs with saddles, plows, baby dinosaurs hibernated and ate vegetables, just all kinds of stupid shit he made up.
Oh, he's got an herb garden on his ark. He believes that his herb garden, his window boxes, okay, are going to feed animals. Now, any of us that have had little herb gardens in your window or whatever, it's great for when you're making a dish, right? And you want a little leaf of something, and you throw a couple leaves of maybe some basil or something, right? Okay. If you think you're going to feed animals from a window box, you may be insane. Okay. You try it yourself. Okay. Try it yourself. Try to make a salad from a window box. Okay. You'll be lucky. Now, if you can make a nice salad from a window box, you've got a nice little window box going on. That's not going to feed any animal that needs to eat vegetables, and it sure isn't going to feed it for more than one meal. And then you're done. Your window box is gone, and you're waiting another 30 days, and you've got a lot of hungry animals looking at you that may have been vegetarian but are thinking, you know what? Some ham is looking really good about now.
Mr. Ham, if I can say this, Mr. Ham, you're a waste of sperm.
I got to dip out, guys.
Joe, before you go, Joe, what do we say about Ken Ham?
Fuck Ken Ham.
Thank you, Joe.
See you, Joe.
I'll catch you later.
Great.
Bye, guys. Thanks for the fun.
We're gonna give Stacy another minute here, and we're gonna be wrapping things up too.
And just one thing about Ken Ham.
Thank you.
He is a dumb.
Dinosaurs and humans.
But you're talking about an Australian guy that is basically got involved with the American Christian experience and
you know what?
Everyone left and right.
There is an immigration problem in this country. We let Ken Ham in.
Yeah.
Turns out we actually have quite a bit of evidence that they did.
I bet he voted for Trump as well.
In Thailand.
They won't take him
And it was
back
built
either.
in the early BC, 300 BC. I should have the exact date for you guys. But it predates any digging up of dinosaur bones by modern humans. In fact, the word dinosaur, do you guys know when the word dinosaur became a word in the dictionary, so to speak? When did people start using the word dinosaur?
Like the 19th century?
Yeah, the 1800s was the first time the word dinosaur was used. So anything written before the 1800s would never have the word dinosaur in it. Can you guys think of any book that was written before the 1800s?
Yeah.
The
King James Bible, was written in 1611.
Oh, the Bible. I don't do a good Horshack, sorry.
That might be sitting in front of you? Like the Bible?
I was right. It's the Bible. Okay.
You're never going to find the word dinosaur in your Bible because the word dinosaur didn't even exist.
No, but
until
unicorn, giants.
Now, wait a minute. Now, doesn't God know everything, including the future? So didn't he know that the word dinosaur would be used in the 1800s? And then why didn't he use it in the Bible? That's not a good excuse for the word not being in the Bible if the Bible was indeed guided by God. Now, what they're saying is, with this poor argument is that it wasn't written by God, that it was written by man that didn't have a word for dinosaurs before the 1800s. However, this would be impressive if somewhere for 1800 years they didn't know what this dinosaur word thing was in the Bible, and then in the 1800s we said, wow, now we know what that dinosaur word was in the Bible. Suspiciously lacking, though, in the Bible.
If you want to go back to the Old Testament, we're talking about unicorns. They were in there. Giants.
There's
I
like
want to go
a
back.
dozen. Yeah.
I want to go back
ahead.
to. I want to go back to the Adventures of Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Basically, the Old Testament was Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings for stupid people. Simply, that's what it is.
Yeah. There's a lot of mythology in there that they don't like to acknowledge.
Yeah, but they can't dismiss it because religious people, they can't dismiss the Old Testament as much as they would love to, because that is just a violent, horrible book of nonsense, blood, guts.
There was green alligators and long neck geese, some humpty-back camels, and some chimpanzees.
I've got some rats and elephants, but you're sure.
Shows your thorn, they couldn't find
no unicorn.
They have to rely on them commandments.
Love that song.
Which were
Are there any words in the Bible
song.
that kind of sound a little like that?
My grandmother had that song on a 45.
Dinosaurs?
I came across it on Spotify. I love it.
Music time at grandma's house was a stack of 45s, and that was your music choice. So you better have liked something in there.
So she just asked if there's any words in the Bible that sound like dinosaur. I don't know if she's going to make an argument about because unicorn and dinosaur or dragons and dinosaur making.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very far fetched, is what I'm saying.
They don't sound like
the Bible. The Old Testament is Lord of the Rings for stupid people.
You already
it's coming.
But we go through. You go through morality then with the 10 Commandments. That's why they can't dismiss it, because they rely on these commandments.
Yeah, which set of, ask them which set of 10.
They are subjective, they're not objective, whatever. They are subjective.
Ed's got the hint right there that
a couple pastors in the room. Are there any good dinosaur words in the Bible?
Ruin your whole
presentation. Here it comes.
Well, you can't ruin my presentation. I already told you I didn't prepare for this. I just came to wing it. Right? You can't ruin it.
You got the bullshit board on the right.
Dragons?
Dragons before 1800s. Can you guys think of any others? There's some good ones in like the book of Job. Yeah, Behemoth with a tail like a cedar tree. Sometimes people say he was an elephant.
Dinosaur.
Does an elephant have a tail like a cedar tree?
Okay, I did a video on this. I did a video on this. All right. They're talking about a hippo with a heart on. Okay.
The book of Job apparently was 1600 years written before Genesis. So
What he's describing though, and this thing they always bring up, the tail like a cedar. First of all, one of the oldest translations I found was it makes its tail stiff like a cedar. Okay, and a hippo member points backwards. So guess what you notice when it makes its tail stiff? Okay, they are talking about a hippo. It cannot be a large animal because it takes rest in the shade of the lotus. It is covert in the water. Okay, no dinosaur was ever covert in the water. You know what's covert in the water? A hippo. Or a crocodile. Okay, it's not a crocodile because it eats grass like an ox. It's a hippo. Some people can say it's an elephant. Elephants in the water seem to play and move on. They don't seem to stay there. Hippos do. Yeah. So,
and like hippos are fucking dangerous. They kill more they're one of the animals that kill most people in the world.
Yes, they will attack your boat. Most animals don't attack a boat. They will attack your boat and they will bite your boat and they will throw you out of the boat. And you're also facing then crocodiles in the water that thank the hippo for just throwing lunch into the water. So there's a lot of reasons.
Don't fuck with hippos.
There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons to respect the hippo. There's a lot of reasons why they would have told story about a hippo. There's a lot of reasons why what is it? There's something about it's very hard to tame or something like that. You don't see a lot of tame hippos running around, do you? No, hippos have an attitude. Okay.
Also, they are animals which are local to the area. Also,
exactly.
It's well known that the pharaohs used to go on hippo hunts down the Nile.
Yeah.
So there's a reason that they may glamorize them. Just the same way as the lion was glamorized in that area, because lions used to exist in that particular area.
The only part of that verse that they can get that they try to justify is the dinosaurs. They're trying to say the tail is the size of a cedar tree, like a large dinosaur would have a large tail. But when you read it, it does not say it had a tail the size of a cedar tree. It says it either sways like a cedar tree, it is stiff like a cedar tree, it makes its tail stiff like a cedar tree. Nothing about a size comparison. It's comparing the rigidity. Okay. And once again, when the hippo gets rigidity,
Dave,
it's apparent when a hippo gets rigidity.
Where people who read the Bible get their own sort of message from it.
Yeah. Now, as far as dragons go, I'm, as a matter of fact, I'm working on a video about this right now, about the dragons in the Bible. Most of the reference, I looked up all the verses and everything. I've got all the verses. I'm ready to go. It's a work in progress. And what I've found is most of the verses that reference a dragon, first of all, could be referencing numerous other animals, including snakes or jackals. The very few that it does at least somewhat resemble some kind of a beast are ones like in Revelation where you have 7-headed beasts. And then you have the main definition for dragons from the Strong's what's the word? The book it is. What's the word, Simos?
I don't know. It's on the tip of my tongue as well.
I know.
Strong's Bible translation. I don't know Strong's Bible.
Yeah, it's their dictionary anyway. Yeah.
Let me look it up for you.
Yeah. So, and if you go back to that, it's again either a sea serpent.
Concordance. Sorry, Dave.
Concordance. That's the word. Thank you. So yeah, it's either a sea serpent or it's just a metaphor for a bad place, an evil place, stuff like that. So when they're taking this, that dragons must be what they're talking about in the Bible, that they saw dinosaurs and called them dragons, is not in any of the Bible verses. What it comes down to is they're going to say Leviathan, which Leviathan was killed by God, and Behemoth, which Behemoth is a hippo. So no, dragons in the Bible, nor Behemoth or Leviathan qualify as a dinosaur.
Yeah. Also, Dave, there's a potential here for, like, you know, for them to actually find like bones, whale bones or carcasses, which have got very long spines or look like they got long spines, you know, or actual dragon bones, right? To find those kind of things in situ. In which case, they may have thought that those creatures, like, you know, were recent, right? When they found the fossils, not knowing whether they were real or not, right? Because they probably didn't know about fossilization. So, like that it certainly explains why there's worldwide, you know, stories about large flying creatures, etc. Right?
Yeah, but we can thank the Bible for modern day socialism, like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, even the Matrix. We you know, the Matrix films we can put towards you know, biblical. I don't want to say teachings, but what we've learned from it, we can make up all sorts of bullshit.
I don't think there's anything that specific. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything that specific in the Bible about what type of creatures they may have been. That's one of the problems with the. That's one of the.
It still
that's,
has
that's one of
an
that's,
effect.
yeah. That's hang on. That's one of the problems. Hang on a second.
Hold on, dog.
Holy shit!
That's one of the problems with the Bible, is it's not very specific, right? Whereas if you go to Lord of the Rings, of course, that's based in a lot of other myths, which are a lot more recent, right? So a lot of Nordic myths, etc.
They're based on
no. Listen to what I'm saying.
Basically,
listen
the
to what I'm saying.
Of what the Bible said.
No, they're not. They're based on Nordic myths,
dragons,
pagan myths.
Well, yeah, okay.
Right, the languages themselves come from pagan languages, etc. Right, J.R. Tolkien is a well-known mythicist in the sense that he studied the pagan world, right? And so there's a lot of German tribes, their myth, etc. Right, so there's a lot more stories in Lord of the Rings. Right, it's not really very Christian in that sense. It's very pagan, and the pagans have got a lot more descriptive, like, terms that they use for these creatures.
Yeah, and we also have the problem with the Hebrew. It's a simple language. Well, the Hebrew is a simple language. So one of the problems that I found is, even if you change one letter, you can get from sea serpent to a jackal with a word that only changes one letter. And that's one of the problems with these translations is, and the letter is an M and an N. So you're copying an M or an N, right? Easy mistake to make, and it means a totally different animal. So when you're wondering about, like, seeing the Omen movies or any of these type of things, why they've got the dogs and everything and stuff, that comes from the Bible. There's a lot of jackals in the bad places, so to speak, where the dragons live. But it has nothing. It never references these beasts actually existing. So she's totally misrepresenting. Excuse me. She's totally misrepresenting everything, include not just the science part of it. She's misrepresenting what the Bible is saying. Okay. And here's another problem. Okay. Aren't you at least supposed to know that book, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again,
I was talking about the plagiarism of what the Bible says. And
Well,
bunch
yeah,
of
well,
it
yeah,
is
we could do a
Dungeons
whole
and
show on where the
Dragons and
Bible comes
shit
from,
like that.
right? Yeah, but the point is though, she's trying to reference these things that dragons are dinosaurs in the Bible. And I'm sorry, I've looked, I've read all these verses, and again, they're not talking about a beast. And it always comes down to Behemoth and Job. And no, first of all, if you look in any of the Bibles that have the little footnotes in them, right in the footnote, it's going to say, most say it's a hippo, some say it's an elephant. It says it right in there. So they're really going beyond even what their own theologians are telling them. Right in the book itself.
Exactly. Yeah, and like I was saying, I think that our modern idea of what a dragon is doesn't come from Christianity. It comes from our pagan past. It comes from German myth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, like when they say it's dragons in the Bible, it's been translated as dragon. That literally is just a pagan interpretation of what the Hebrew says. It's not what the actual Hebrew says.
And when they say that, they're going to go to medieval art. They're not going to first century or BC art or anything. Yeah, they're going to medieval art, which
it's like the
it's Dark Age art. Yeah.
The King James Bible was rewritten in 1998, believe it or not, and I think it's due an update again. More Bibles due an update. Maybe
there's always
reality. Maybe
the one company said they print 1,600 different versions of the Bible.
Yes.
So there you go.
You guys have all gone to the zoo, right? It's not a cedar tree, right? There's Leviathan too. Leviathan's in the sea, so he wouldn't technically be a dinosaur because dinosaurs were land reptiles, but something similar, right?
Not necessarily reptiles.
Dinosaurs could very well be in our Bibles, but we didn't have the word dinosaur.
No, they're not. There's no dinosaurs in the Bible. Sorry. Nope. Sea monsters,
unicorns, giants.
Yep, unicorns, giants, all kinds of other. I think there's a dozen mythological beasts that are in there.
Yeah, basically everything that's in Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter.
They're not dinosaurs. They're not dinosaurs. Nope, not by any stretch. And only if you stretch what she was talking about with Behemoth, and that's only if you're ignoring everything else that describes Behemoth and you're only looking at the thing that mentions the tail, because nothing else that it mentions describes a dinosaur at all. Unless the dinosaur was built exactly like a hippo.
To call them dinosaurs. And they very well could be in literature written pre-1800. Right? Maybe this group is a little young for things like Beowulf and all of those kinds of things, but there are a lot of creatures that we would maybe call by other names that predate that dinosaur word.
The Beowulf is not a dinosaur. It's not a dinosaur. No.
It's not, but it is one of the things that J.R. Tolkien was an expert on.
But if we're just going to pick out books, there's a book about my wife's favorite book is Dracula. Okay, here we have a book about a vampire, right? Okay, how many books are you going to pull out? They're just going to say, well, look, here's a book about some fictional beast, and then somehow that means that the Bible's correct, when again, the Bible's not actually describing anything like what she's talking about, except Leviathan, which is obviously supernatural, which God had to kill.
But this temple in Thailand that I started out with, there's carvings on it that look remarkably like long-necked dinosaurs, sauropods, with their necks intertwined.
Nope, those are called serpopods, not sauropods. If you don't know what it is, look it up or watch my video debunking this. the images that she's talking about are called serpopods, not sauropods, and serpopods are mythological animals.
Nobody dug up dinosaur bones and started putting their skeletons together and realizing that if I took this skeleton and put flesh on it, it would look like a sauropod until the 1800s. How did the people that carved that temple know what a sauropod looked like if it was extinct?
It's not. It's a serpopod. It has a serpent's neck. It has a cat's body. It has paws, or claws, talons, different things, and nothing. It's not a dinosaur. It's a serpopod.
Yeah. Also that comes from a part of the world where they're absolutely famous for crossing like traits of different animals and humans.
Yes.
Right. I mean, Ganesh
there's
is an
different
elephant god,
examples.
right?
Yeah.
There's there's a lady that dances with 4 feet and 8 hands or something, isn't there?
And because some of them used them as royal seals for wax and stuff on letters and documents, doesn't change anything. It's still a mythological creature. And if you look at the ones she is describing, because she's obviously not going to put them up here for anybody to see because they don't have 21st century capabilities with a PowerPoint or anything. However, if you look at these, look them up, you can see they are clearly different animals pieced together. Literally, like if you took a bunch of different animal parts, took them to a taxidermist and had them sew them all together. Different legs, different body, different tail, different neck. Often the head is of a lion or some other animal. It's all these pieces put together. It is not a real animal, and you can clearly see this if you look at these things. You want some observational science? Okay, please go to a museum or look it up and look at them, and you can see they are obviously all different kinds of animals pieced together. So she is, again, being dishonest or very, very, very lazy, because I looked it up when I did my video and the information's readily available and you can see the images and they are clearly different animals put together.
Yeah, and what gives her the right to proclaim she's some sort of authority on what she's projected?
Because she wrote a dissertation, didn't you hear her? Gosh.
I heard that, yeah.
55 million years before they built the temple.
They were with it. Like one of them.
See, here she's getting a little smug, right? It's like, I got you, right? There's this thing that I'm wrong about that proves dinosaurs.
There's other examples in goblets and artifacts where you see things that look kind of like the Stegosaurus, with the little spiny back. Yeah.
Yeah,
she's talking about she's talking about the thing in a Cambodia temple. It's already been shown that it's a pygmy animal, and the spikes in the back are leaves that are also apparent in other carvings at the temple. They are not spikes. And what it's also leaving out is the Stegosaurus tail is a stubby little tail, and for some reason Job notices the tail on a behemoth that's supposedly a dinosaur, but they didn't notice the tail on this Stegosaurus when they carved it. So, sorry.
Dave.
Does it sound like I've heard these before?
Dave. It kind of looks
sarcasm, man.
Dave. It kind of looks like a stegosaur.
Yeah, that's about as good as you get.
Yeah.
And I'm going to point out once again, I know these things very well. I know exactly what she's talking about. I've seen them, and she's wrong. And these things are not hard to look up unless your only source is a creationist site, and they like to do things like highlight things in the images to lead your eyes to see what they want you to see, not what is actually there.
Yeah, but these people can't see beyond 6,000 years. They can't see into millions and billions of years ago.
Yeah,
when
but they do.
Did exist. We do have fossil records of these animals.
Uh,
They can't see that.
yeah,
They
I mean,
won't go beyond 6,000 years. They just think it's all bullshit.
it kind of looks like it, though.
From
Kind of
2
looks
million,
like it.
2 billion years ago. Let's bring them here into into God's reality, where kids can ride them and do all.
You can see a lot of. You can see a lot of things when you want to. You know, obviously, everybody has seen things in the clouds.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you can
That's
see a cloud.
exactly what I was going to say. I saw Jesus's face in the clouds.
Oh yeah,
it kind of looked like Jesus. I mean, you know, how we would recognize how we would recognize what Jesus actually looked like. I don't know, but it did look a bit like Jesus.
And I've seen ones of Godzilla and Bigfoot and all kinds of other things in the clouds.
Yeah.
So sure, you're going to see these things. But
was what he was. He was a 5 foot.
I saw a film about
Asian man, not a 6 foot 5.
Oh, the Korean Jesus
with blue eyes, blonde hair.
Have you seen the Korean Jesus?
I haven't. No.
That's American.
The Korean Jesus is ripped. He goes ripped. To the gym a lot.
Does he do taekwondo?
Yeah, he's ripped like Schwarzenegger ripped.
Nice. All the shit. Yeah. that was not Jesus. Jesus was if he existed. I'm pretty sure he did, because there's so many stories about him. There was something
I can spot Jesus.
I'm guessing he was some enigmatic guy that people just want to write stories about.
Well, as Vesta pointed out earlier, why don't we find
Jesus to me is basically that character in a pub.
Right. Well, Vesta pointed out earlier, why don't we find a lot of
you will never be forgotten because you're a character. I'm guessing that's what Jesus, if he existed.
It's in a lot of books.
Yeah, America has just turned him into this fucking ripped 6 foot white guy.
Well, as Vesta pointed out earlier,
blonde, long hair, ripped, shredded.
Smoking a cigar.
Hey, do remember you can block him.
Smoking a cigar with a machine gun in the other hand, right?
Yeah, as Vesta pointed out earlier. Hold on, dog. Hold on, dog. All right.
In America.
As Vesta pointed out earlier,
Middle Eastern, Asian.
Why don't we find
5 foot tall 2,000 years ago? But they just
all right, dog. All right,
America for you.
As Vesta pointed out earlier, why if that we should find a lot of these things as in the dinosaur fossils if they weren't that long ago, right? Well, another thing that she's pointing out is she has to go far and wide and go into the deep jungle to find a long ago forgotten temple to find one carving that kind of looks like something she wants to be a dinosaur.
It does kind of look like it.
Right.
Why aren't they everywhere? Right? So the same point being is, if man was seeing dinosaurs, there should be a lot more art of man with dinosaurs, right?
Yeah.
It should be on the cave walls somewhere, and not the ones these creationists find that are not dinosaurs. But
there you go. Yeah, French
the beautifully well drawn type art that they have of lions and deer and antelope and whatever they have. Very detailed drawings in these caves, okay? No dinosaurs. The only ones that they pick out that are supposedly a dinosaur is some smudge they highlight to make it look like Barney, okay? These are not dinosaurs. If man was actually doing that, and actually maybe, as they said, and Ken Ham likes to promote, knights in shining armor were actually slaying dragons, there should be some more artwork about them, not just one thing here and there.
That's another thing.
That would be a big story, wouldn't it? It would be a big story, wouldn't it, Simos?
Absolutely. But that's another thing I kind of looked up at one point, which is the original artwork for the dragons, right? that come from Wales, okay? And those dragons look nothing like dragons that you see in movies and stuff.
Right.
They look much more like snakes.
Yep. And well, they'll point out there's dragons stories all around the world, and that too, when you go looking, you're going to find, none of them are like medieval. Often, a lot of them are also chimera or serpapod or whatever you want to call it. It's different parts of animals put together, and the Chinese dragon is often pointed out. Well, look. The Chinese even have it in their astrology or whatever. Exactly. But again, that's a serpent. It's not a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Well, in the UK, if you turn over enough pebbles, because we have very pebbly beaches, if you turn over pebbles, you find fossils of trilobites. Which
Dog's repeating his stories.
Yeah, well, that's what old folks do, especially when they're drunk.
Yeah. Also, the Welsh one is a story of two dragons, because it was two kingdoms that coming together, and their necks are entwined again as well.
I like coming together.
If you want a fossil story, Dog, I got a fossil story for you. Dr. Joel was pointing out that Ken Ham, you were talking about Ken Ham's attraction. His attraction is built on top of literally fossils. He could literally dig a trench and allow people to see the layers of fossils underneath his own place. However, that would also show the different layers of, different things. So what he chooses to do instead, he could dig a trench with a backhoe, right? And people could walk through and see all these wonderful fossils. You know what he does instead? He buys fossils by the gross and hides them in bags of dirt for people to find in he's got the sleuth set up, right? Where you can look for fossils, and it's all good for the kids. It's fun. I'm not knocking that. But none of those fossils that you get are any of the tons of fossils underneath his feet. He buys them online by the gross. So you want to talk about dishonesty? I think that's like the epitome of him being dishonest.
Absolutely.
What about the money?
Oh,
it's all about
the
money.
Bags of dirt for
all about the dumb.
It's all about the money.
I think it's $10 for a bag of dirt or whatever that he hides the fossils in.
Yeah.
And again, I understand something to do for the kids and everything and stuff, but I found it hilarious when I'm pretty sure it was Joel that was covering it. He's got literally a mountain of fossils under his feet. Yet he's buying them by the gross online somewhere. It's just, you can't, it's like you can't make these things up, right?
How long does it take? Simon here will know this, but how long does it take for a bone to be fossilized?
Depends on the conditions.
Yeah. I have no idea.
If you for full permineralization, you're looking at thousands of years, if not longer.
Yeah, we need
because
Joe.
You're talking about a slow, intricate process where every detail is replaced. So, a really, really well preserved one is probably really, really, really old.
Yeah, but we find
again.
They're in different conditions. Not all fossils are pristinely preserved either. So it depends too.
I hate to break this to you, but the Earth is more than 6,000 years old.
Is it?
Well, see,
I'm pretty sure.
Let's see what else she's got here.
Dug the bones out of the ground yet, put them together.
7,000 years old.
Decided this is what it would look like if we put flesh on it. How did those people know how to carve a stegosaurus that looks remarkably like the stegosaurus?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Decided it looked like once we had the technology and computers to take these bones, put them together, and put flesh on the thing.
If you want a good video on this, Bill Ludlow, may he rest in peace, has great content on this. Look up Bill Ludlow, just like it's spelled or just like it sounds, Ludlow. He has great content covering this. He went through every one of these supposed dinosaur carvings. I couldn't do a better job than Bill did it on that. So
Yeah,
go
you
check
did a
that out.
good job, mate, because you're picking out the bullshit on the planet.
How
Appreciate
in the
it.
world did they know that? Back before any of that was possible.
Well, because they weren't fucking stupid.
Maybe they were putting bones together in their backyards back then? No.
Yes, and she's putting on the act, right? She's like, well, see, I mean, no,
See,
and she's kind of pulling her sweater up, like, yeah, I got the higher ground now, right? Check me out, and it's like, no, it's just it's all bad.
Yeah, it was probably because dinosaurs did exist with people.
No,
is it probably because
no.
of that? Is it?
No, it's not whatsoever. And again, show me one good depiction of a dinosaur in any of these supposed carvings or artwork. They can't.
And even if they did, how do we know now what they look like? We derived it from what we found and what we know about animals.
We have a fossil record.
Right. And there are things that, there are different stories where people were possibly finding these bones, and some of these stories about different animals may have come from fossils that were sticking out of a eroded cliff face or something like that.
Yeah,
they were so big because the earth back then was so oxygen enriched that they could breathe this stuff and grow to the size that they did.
We got the Hoven chiming in here with the jack up the oxygen and lizards become dinosaurs.
Yeah.
That's not true, by the way. Lizards do not keep on growing forever. And no, if you put them in super conditions, they will not get to the size of Brachiosaurus or something like that, some sauropods. No. It's wrong. Wrong.
Like, there are many cultures which say have myths about large, giants, right? Well, that's not really surprising if they found large bones, finger bones of whatever, this, that, and the other, and took them to be leg bones, right?
I think there was a giant. I think there was the Greeks that had like a mammoth bone, and they thought it was from Goliath type figure or something like that. Because guess what? A mammoth is a mammal, and the bones look similar, and they may have found one. Sure.
Rich planet.
And you can't. Well, we're not faulting them for not knowing. And if they found those giant things, sure, they could make up some fantastic stories to explain them, and we're not faulting them for it. But we are faulting them for being, for being in the 21st century and thinking that Beowulf is a book of history. I mean, this is the problem. This is the problem.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs didn't exist at all, and they kind of the carvings, they were made up, and they based them off the carvings.
What we see today?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. We know that the bones exist today, right? And we can find imprints and fossils and skeletons today. And we
fossils exist.
That's what they like to conflate too. That's a Hawaiian shirt guy thing, that he has a dinosaur bone, and I believe he got it from Carl Baugh, who also claims to have dinosaur bones. However, he will not allow it to be tested because it's not a dinosaur bone. It's probably a cow bone or something. Because dinosaur bones are fossilized. There's no organic material left in them. To quote Potholer, once again, cover your ears. There's no organic material left in them.
Yeah.
technology, we can put things together, and the technology's improved over the years. But that's not a bad question.
Well, she
because
didn't
a lot of
answer
people
the
think that
question.
now there's the conversation of
Well,
And
no,
she didn't answer the question at all. Right?
No.
The girl said,
Answer the
how
question.
do we know that modern day scientists didn't look at the pictures and go, that's what it must look like? Right? Well, she's not answering the question by saying,
she dodged it.
that's a good point. Oh yeah, no, that could happen. No, so that's not how they did it.
So I'm gonna go in another direction and talk other bullshit, religious bullshit.
Deflection. Don't like the question. Deflect.
Absolutely.
Dinosaurs have feathers or not, right? That's a big debate, because our technology is only as good as our technology is. But there seems to be pretty strong evidence, no matter which perspective you're looking at, that dinosaurs did exist. And I guess I would argue too that some of the language we use, some of these myths about dragons and things, we're probably talking about dinosaurs.
No.
Right?
No.
Most of the dinosaurs became birds.
Completely unscientific to make a presupposition like that.
Yeah, again, it's like saying, Dracula's real because there's a book about it. It's like, no.
Yeah.
And
Voldemort kills.
Well, I noticed that she had to go to something like Beowulf because, once again, you can't find anything in the Bible other than she was talking about Behemoth and then kind of just threw in, well, maybe Leviathan, although that's a sea monster and it's not really a dinosaur. Yeah, so no. They're not in the Bible, and she has to look to books of fiction to find some dragon stories. And mind you, again, flying beast breathing fire with unrealistic physics because of the size of the beast and the wings that would never get it off the ground.
So what you're saying, Dave, is
mythology.
she's talking bollocks.
It's mythology. It's nothing but mythology, and it's not in the Bible.
Yeah, I'll cut that.
When people write fictional books today, often they're based on things that are real. Maybe
people that write fictional books base them on things that are real. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you just nailed the Bible right there.
Yeah.
I think that
she nailed.
Okay,
Dan
think
Brown.
she just. I think she just nailed it right there. And
perfect ending, Dave. Perfect.
I think we're done.
And all them people. She just
can you just play that again? One last. Just go back and play that last bit again for us.
We'll do that one little bit. Yeah. Okay. Here we. Let's see what we got. We're at 52:59. Okay.
when people write fictional books today, often they're based on things that are real, maybe exaggerated a little bit. Do I think that dinosaurs breathe fire? No. Right?
You don't believe dinosaurs breathe fire, but you're going to cite a book with fire-breathing beasts because it's not actually in the Bible. Okay.
Can't write this shit.
I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm sure I'm going to get a hard time from Pastor Steve if he ever watches this. We were laughing.
Bless him.
We were laughing at him or so, but I mean, you have to understand. See how ridiculous this sounds. Now, I'm going to put the challenge back onto you, Pastor Steve. Okay, I want you to see things from the other side, as we were trying to do, okay? Now, we have a person here who's citing a scientist who says that these creationists are saying they're lying. All right, they're lying. And it is not hard to find, and is nothing new. Again, this is more than 10 years old. Mary Schweitzer is nothing new. Mary Schweitzer is everywhere. I've done videos on it. A lot of people have done videos on it because we were sick and tired of Mary Schweitzer being misrepresented over and over. And I just saw one. What's that?
Schweitzer rhymes with Schweitzer. What's this?
Now, Mary's a straight shooter. She states her position quite clearly. She says she's a Christian, and what they are saying about her research is not correct, and her research is available. So it's dishonesty all the way around. Some of the other things we're pointing out, I would just point out for myself. Remember the game show Name That Tune, right? I can name that tune in how many notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you already know what the song is, right? You already knew from the hint they gave you what the song is going to be. So you might be able to say, I can name that tune in one note. No, I can do it in one note because you already know the answer. That's how I feel with these arguments. I already know what they're going to say before they say it. I look into it.
It's worse than that, Dave, because we actually said, look, what he's going to do is misrepresent the other side and say that's false, therefore our side is true. And I just want to point this out as well, just quickly. What was the name of the guy that had the second guy that we had with the two whiteboards? It wasn't Pastor Steve, obviously. It was Pastor something or another.
I don't remember. It's
the second Pastor guy. Just as a
barcode.
So just as a side note for him, okay, if he ever gets to read this or see this, the first line of the cosmological argument, right, generally given as the Kalam, is everything that begins to exist has a cause. All right, not everything has a cause. That's false. Otherwise, you're including God in that everything, because that's how the English language works. But no, not at all. It's everything that begins to exist. Therefore, you can say God didn't begin to exist. Therefore, he doesn't need a cause. Okay, just as a simple, update on your argument. Okay, because that might work. And then
I have to
obviously
admit,
it goes
if I die and there is another life, I will kick God squarely in the nuts.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks,
well, I'm not
Cartman.
even sure he has nuts, to be fair.
Thanks, Cartman.
Yeah.
Well, if we're made in God's image, God has to be somehow unisexed, right?
Yeah, there you go. There is an argument on Discord, which says, God is trans, obviously.
It has to be.
Or intersex, rather, I should say.
I do have a video to plug myself again. I do have a video about the wording in the Bible that could indicate that there is gender fluidity in the Bible. Whether you like it or not. So once again, check it out. And I've got over 200 videos on my channel now. So if you need something to watch, I'd appreciate you checking out some of my videos, and drop a like, maybe a comment on them, subscribe with a bell so you get notified for future videos. And I also do the Grassman Chronicles, where we cover a lot of cryptids and otherworldly claims, and we have a lot of fun exploring those. And we try to give everything a fair shake. We have a good time here. We may have a few laughs. And as I pointed out, some of these things, I'm sorry, you may not like to hear it, but they sound ridiculous and they make us laugh. Okay. Not that you believe in God. Okay. I will let you believe in God. A lot of people believe in God. But if you're going to misrepresent what scientists are saying so that you can put dinosaurs on a magic zoo boat, it might just make us laugh a little bit and say that taking everything in your book literally may be a little bit silly. Okay.
Absolutely. Can I just say, a magic zoo boat with TARDIS technology that fitted like two of every species on the planet. I have another little warning.
Long.
With
I have
enough
another
garden to
little
feed
warning.
'em, yeah.
Just make sure if you don't have a marriage bed which has got striped poles on it, okay?
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think that was a good place to wrap up. So once again, and we may revisit some of these. There are other channels that have these, so maybe we'll look at some of the other ones and give it a fair shake so that we aren't
we didn't even go into Leviticus.
Just picking out one video. Well, actually, it was two. We'll count that as two different people, two different views.
Three, really.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we may revisit some of these type lessons things or whatever, because there are other ones I noticed when I was looking around. So.
And remember also that books of fiction quite often have a kernel of truth.
Yeah, and if you're going to try to prove God is real by citing a book like Beowulf, that might also get you a snicker, okay?
Or two.
And I'm sorry, but you got to give a little more credit to the kids or the young people you're trying to talk to here.
No, I read Harry Potter.
May not.
Surely, Voldemort is a demon.
Well, it's always demons. It's always demons. Yeah, it's always
demon.
Aliens are demons. Haven't you heard? They can't. For some reason, the demons don't fly. If it's aliens or demons, neither one of them can fly those spacecraft because they keep crashing into Earth. So, you want to give me an explanation for why they keep crashing into Earth?
I can do that. It's demons and the demon of alcohol.
Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm a demon of alcohol.
Like we didn't notice.
I think we tried. We tried to give it a fair shake. We had a bunch of different opinions looking at it here. I want to thank everybody that came. We had a lot of people in and out tonight, and appreciate everybody here. Joe was here, Mike was here, and people that are still here. Brainless has been hanging out with us for quite a few shows here. Appreciate you, Brainless, and Simos as well. Fun. And Dog drops in now and then. Dog has a great name. I love the play on the God with the dog. That's a good one.
That's mine.
And you can often find Dog and Brainless hanging out over on Slim's channel. So make sure you go check out that. And Simos, your channel is your name, isn't it?
It is at Simos Funk, yeah.
These are the Formula One stuff.
Yep. Simos likes the Formula racing.
On stream on Amy Newman. We usually get together on there. I've known Simos for years.
Oh,
sorry to hear that for you, Simons.
Yeah, no, I'm more than 5 years old at least. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah,
more than 5. More than 5
in your life, to be honest.
That's all right. More than 5 and less than 6,000.
There you go. You got it narrowed down. The creationists won't like that, though.
Holy shit! I did not pay attention to the clock. Hell.
Yeah.
Oh, we've been going for a bit.
We had to be thorough, so we went a little long here. But
we always are.
We had to be thorough because we were put to the test to check out the other side, and we checked out the other side, and
have we figured
check out the other side more in the future. We're not afraid to check out the other side, and if somebody out there has something with a new argument that's not one of these ones that I already know, again, first couple words, and I already knew she was going to talk about Mary Schweitzer, and she was going to misrepresent Mary Schweitzer. And I know about it. Okay, I do. I've done a video about it. And I do try to look at what they're saying, and I do try to give it a fair shake. I really do. And I tried to give it a fair shake when I go looking in the Bible. And I'm twice disappointed when you misrepresent science as when you misrepresent the Bible. Because not being religious myself, I would probably be bothered if somebody was misrepresenting my holy book. So I have a problem with that, even though I'm not religious. And I would have to ask back at you, if you are religious and you're misrepresenting your own holy book, you might a little inner reflection on that issue as well.
Dave, to be honest, mate, you do a good job because you literally seek these batshit crazy people that you post on your show, and that is good. That you do deep dive into pricks and idiots.
I have a reputation to live up to. B.S. Lewis said I'm the third nicest atheist on YouTube.
Oh, that is so kind of him. I assume that means I assume that means I'm either one or two.
Yeah, I didn't hear who one or two was, but
but you and Clockwork,
I see B.S. Lewis. And speaking of B.S. Lewis, B.S. Lewis makes great content. Make sure you go check out B.S. Lewis. And if you want an ex-pastor's perspective, make sure you go check out Ed over at the Rabid Atheist as well. You'll get a unique perspective over there.
Yeah,
good stuff.
I've recently subbed to him, and he's got some excellent content as well.
He does. And with that, we're going to call it an evening or morning or wherever you're at. And if you're watching this in the future, whenever you're watching it, appreciate you watching it. And we'll see you next time. And I'm going to
thank you.
I'm going to set up my outro here. So everybody want to shout out a goodbye.
See you
goodbye,
later.
fuckers.
Thanks so much. I'll see you in the next 6,000 years.
Maybe.
Whispers float without a sound. History speaks in tales of lore, knocking at the captive desk's door. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive desk's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden lore, knocking at the captive text door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold.